Way to go, Yankees, champions of the world. So get ready, New York, for New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade through the Canyon of Heroes. From start to finish, we'll be there. Live coverage begins today at 11 on New York One. New York One's live coverage of the Yankees parade is sponsored by Modell's. You gotta go to Moe's. And by OTV, bet with your head, not over it. And by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall. And by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
Now, here are some more events going on around our community on the Bell Atlantic Community Calendar. Congratulations, New York Yankees, on top of the world. This is New York One's coverage of the Parade of Champions.
Yankee fans are gathering downtown by the thousands to cheer on the world champion Yankees along the Canyon of Heroes. I'm Roma Torrey, joined by Steve Cangelosi. Steve, it is deja vu all over again. Who would have ever thought we were here 2 years ago? We'd be back in 98.
Yeah, and we've been blessed with a gorgeous autumn afternoon, Roma. You know, the one thing that I think people have to realize is that the players themselves, even the ones who have been here before, never take a ho-hum approach to all of this, and they never take a day like this for granted. I know from the clincher last night in San Diego, talking to a couple of guys who indeed have been there before, Paul O'Neill, David Cohn, they won championships as the Yankees 2 years ago. They won championships elsewhere, O'Neill in Cincinnati, Cohn in Toronto, and they said, you got to believe this, that when they go down that Canyon of Heroes, the feeling is absolutely goosebumps. And Roma, I think that's an approach that the fans take too. I think what everybody has to realize is that a day like this, you don't know when it's going to come around again. We've had two in the last 3 years, but who knows when the next parade down the Canyon of Heroes will be. We don't know what's going to happen in sports. We don't know what events will shape the world themselves.
Steve, this day seemed destined months ago when it was very clear that the Yankees would go far. Just how far was the stuff of dreams, and now another dream has come true. The Yankees have won their 24th World Championship, more than any other team.
Well, the record prior to that was the old Montreal Canadiens franchise in the NHL, which won a total of 23 championships. You know, I think that it's been said that Yankee Stadium is one of the true landmarks, not only of New York, but of the entire country, of the entire world. The stadium itself is an issue perhaps for another day, or maybe it will surface at some point this afternoon, Roma, whether they're going to call it home for more than just the next couple of years.
Well, we'll hear from George Steinbrenner. Certainly, maybe we'll be clued in for the future of Yankee Stadium and the Yankees. There are a lot of changes ahead. You're looking at live pictures along the parade route, the Canyon of Heroes, from Battery Park up Broadway, the Canyon of Heroes, right to City Hall Park, where parade festivities come to an end and the ceremony honoring the world champion Yankees will begin. Let's talk about that celebration. There will be 3 floats carrying the Yankees. They will be divided among 3 floats. The first float will have the trophy along with Joe Torre, the home office, and of course the mayor. The second float will be carrying the starting pitchers and the bullpen. And the third float, bringing up the rear, are the infielders, along with the travel staff, and I have to add, Donna Hanover.
There you go.
Mayor's wife, and the first son, Andrew Giuliani.
And a whole lot more sprinkled in between that. You'll even see classic cars with the hot dog vendors at Yankee Stadium represented today. Let's waste no time, though, Ruma. Let's get right out on the parade route, and let's begin in Battery Park. That's where John Schumo is standing by. Hi, John.
Steve, how you doing down up there? I can tell you down here, the excitement is mounting. These fans are ready. I'll tell you what, out here, you'll find everyone is a big Yankee fan. But let me introduce you to a really tall Yankee fan. And when I say really tall, I mean really tall. This is Ken the Stilt Man. And Ken, tell us about the vantage point from up there.
Well, it looks great from up here, Steve. Pinstripes everywhere. Yankees are nothing but the best.
By the way, my name is John. But were you here in '96?
No, this is my first time here at the parade, and I'm having a great time.
Are you going to have a tough time negotiating, navigating your way through these crowds?
No, it's no problem. Most of them fit right underneath my legs. Oh, boy, I think you would.
Exactly like I'm doing right now. This is thank you. Very, very nice. All right, Steve, I want to take you to these fans over here. What you see here are the floats that are getting ready to go out. These are the folks from Joe Torre's Little League, and they have a bet going. They have a bet going to see who can scream the loudest. Now, they're going to be going down the Canyon of Heroes, and they're each betting each other who can scream the loudest. Let's see who is the loudest group. Let's go! Not bad, not bad. What about you guys? What about you down there? I don't know. It's going to be a tie. I'll tell you what, Steve, excitement is mounting down here. Whether it's orchestrated or not, these fans are ready. The Stiltman's even here. Let's throw it up to Bud Michigan. Bud is along the route line up Broadway a little bit further away. Bud, if you hear me, take it away.
All right, John, thank you. In covering every big story internationally, John, you know there's always one reporter who is behind the lines, and that is our role right now. We're about 50 yards behind the lines here on the parade route, right by City Hall Park, and kind of a demilitarized zone. So it's nice and peaceful right here, but about 50 yards away, people are obviously going crazy. We've done an in-depth analysis, John, a scientific study of how many people are at the parade this year, and we've come up with, the crew here and I come up with clearly more than 10,000. It does seem, comparing it to 96 with the Yankees and 94 with the Rangers, that it's a much younger crowd, a lot of teenagers, and people in their young 20s, and so it would be interesting to finally find out today the rates of people who have stayed out of school. And one thing I can confirm is that I have not seen one single Mets cap today. This is a day for Mets fans and National League fans in New York to kind of keep quiet. The Yankee fans otherwise obviously are celebrating, and quite loudly. Let's go back to Roma and Steve.
Thanks, Bud. We're going to show you some real interesting pictures now. The Yankees are assembling at Yankee Stadium in preparation for the parade honoring them, beginning in Battery Park. There are the pictures of the Yankees arriving, and guess who's there? Darryl Strawberry is making, I guess, his first appearance with the Yankees since his cancer surgery. Very exciting to have him back with the team. He was such an inspiring influence through the whole series. Let's listen.
Hey, Dave, what do you think about Darryl being with the team?
It's unbelievable. To see him here today makes it worth it.
Did you know he was going to be here?
We thought he'd be here. It was great to see him.
That was David Cohn, obviously talking about his good buddy Darryl Strawberry and the effect that he has had on the team. An incredible effect, actually. He's done so much good for the team by being absent.
Well, the chant afterwards as they clinched the championship the other night in the locker room in San Diego, it went on, and it was a simple one. Straw man, straw man, straw man. They continually toasted Darryl with champagne. He was a source of inspiration, but we can't forget this, Roma, that in a baseball sense, Darryl Strawberry was a big part of this team. He was the team's leading home run hitter this season. That unto itself says something about just how deep this team was and about the top-to-bottom strength of this New York Yankee team, and whether or not historians one day will remember it as the greatest team of all time.
The stretch and pitch. Hit on the ground on a hop to Brocious. Fields, throws across, in time. Ball game over. World Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
New York starts spreading the news. The Murderers Row, the Big Red Machine, Finley's A's, step aside, all of them. The 98 Yanks might be the best of the bunch.
If somebody were going to design how to build a winning team in any sport, and they took it to a class, this would be a model. A professor should get up and say, look at the 1998 Yankees. That's how to build a team.
There's no reason to compare this team to anybody other than we had a year that is second to none. I mean, nobody can say player for player what's going on in baseball, but as far as what we accomplished this year, I mean, period. We had an unbelievable year.
It's nice just to be thrown in the mix in that argument. I mean, that's an incredible achievement in and of itself. But, you know, as far as top to bottom, from the manager down to the 25th guy, we probably played as well as anybody could as far as together as a team.
And there were also more obstacles in October. You guys had to win, well, let's see, 11 games on this road to a championship. That's something most teams didn't have to face, too.
It's true. It's true. And we've faced these comparisons from the All-Star break about the record, about where we fit in. If we don't do it, it's going to be a disappointment. And this team put it aside. You know, we didn't think about those things. We didn't talk about it, even though we were very aware of it.
Sure, you read about and you hear about the expectations, but inside our clubhouse, I'm telling you, this team was so focused every day on preparing themselves, getting ready to play, to win that game that day, and whenever it was over, to come back the next day and try to do the same thing. And it was really, that's exactly how it was. And I know there was a lot of expectations, but we never really felt it on the inside. And I think that's what we were able to accomplish, the things we did.
You grew up in the Midwest. I'm sure you have an appreciation for the 75 and 76 Reds. Compare the two, Joe, this Yankee team.
Well, I think it's hard to compare. Baseball's changed a lot, and unless you're able to play against them, I think it's hard to compare. I think what's so special about this club is the way that everyone was able to swallow their pride, and they didn't care who got the credit.
Have you even begun to thought where this team stacks up against the rest?
That's your problem.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have to think about that. We played good all year. We had a good record, and this is awesome. I mean, you're gonna enjoy every minute, and I mean, my team has been incredible. From top to bottom, we've done it all year.
2 championships in 3 years. Is it the start of a dynasty? The Yankees' greatest challenge may be keeping this team together. For much of the on-field celebration Wednesday night, free agent outfielder Bernie Williams walked the outfield away from the media crush, alone with his thoughts after what might well have been his final game as a Yankee.
The players now, I think, leave here tonight feeling mission accomplished. And for you, maybe the mission just begins to keep this team intact.
Well,
the chant moments ago, keep Bernie here.
Yeah.
How do you even begin to respond to that?
Well, I don't know. I will probably, when I get back, be watching your show at 12:30 at night, listening to you two guys and the people that call in, which I think are great. And I'll appreciate some of the things they say, and I'll be listening. How's that?
It's difficult, but we're going to do the best we can. I mean, that's the Yankee way. We're going to be aggressive and try to do everything we can to get back to October where we belong next year. So we'll just have to wait and see how the winter plays out.
You never know who's going to be back this year. That's why you enjoy it now. And you'll look back over the winter and realize what a special year it was in New York. And you get goosebumps. This is a special team. It doesn't happen every year. I mean, a world championship happens every year, but 125 and 50, that's not going to happen again for a while.
The record that goes into the history books, 125 and 50. No team in baseball history won 125 games in a season before the Yankees did. The winning percentage, I should add, is slightly less than that Murderers Row team that the Yankees had of 1927. But what a year.
The Murderers Row. Let me put you on the spot, Steve. How about it? Are they the best team in baseball?
Well, of course, Roma, I remember vividly that 1906 Chicago Cubs team that really set the world on fire. All you can do is speak of personal experience, what you have seen. The greatest team in my lifetime up until this point, I would say, was the 1975-76 Reds team, a team with 2 Hall of Famers in Johnny Bench and Joe Morgan, 2 other guys who should be in the Hall of Fame in Tony Perez and Pete Rose. This Yankee team, as it's constructed now, might not have a single Hall of Famer in the bunch, but from top to bottom, 1 through 25, it's the strongest we have seen in quite some time, and I would venture to guess maybe the strongest of all time. It was that special a group. And one other thing, a lot of people have talked about the MVP voting this year in baseball. The Yankees might not have a guy finish in the top 5. I'll bet you they have 6 or 7, though, who finish in the top 20. It's that balanced.
Wow. Well, it's certainly impossible to compare, but the statistics bear them out. The Yankees are great.
There you go.
We'll give you that. All right. Right now we're listening to the New York Boys Choir behind us here at City Hall Park as the pre-program is well underway. That began at 11 o'clock. It'll go till about 12:30. The parade begins at 11:30, and we're going to have all the highlights for you. We're going to have the Yankees. We have reporters staged along all the positions on the parade route up the Canyon of Heroes. We're going to see the mayor. We're going to see the governor. Tony Bennett is going to be singing.
Hey, wait a minute. I got to put you on the spot now. You're a mom. Do you let the kids come if it's a school day?
This is history today.
Oh, okay.
No matter what anybody says, this is a day that I think children should be involved in, one way or the other.
I know some teachers who've got a problem with you, lady. Okay.
Well, let me put it to you this way, though. The school's chancellor is in the parade. If he's there, he is setting an example. I think the kids should be allowed out, too.
Fair enough.
We're going to take a break. Lots more parade coverage to continue. Stay tuned to New York One. New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade is sponsored by Modell's, you gotta go to Moe's, and by OTB, bet with your head, not over it, and by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall, and by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
The Yankees win. The Yankees win. It's piled high. It's piled deep. It's New York's largest selection of Yankee merchandise. For the official World Champion locker room tees and sweatshirts from Starter and the official locker room cap from New Era. Every Modell's is packed with tees, jerseys, jackets, sweatshirts, caps, and more. New merchandise arrives daily. Yankee fans know you gotta go to Moe's. Gotta go to Moe's.
Is your horse racing today?
Yes, this one over here. He's number 2.
Serendipitous. I played number 2.
How'd you do that?
OTB by phone.
OTB by phone?
It's easy. Just call 1-800-OTB-8118.
It's a world filled with every piece of music and stereo equipment imaginable. It's a world where computers and all of their various components become one. It's a world where knowledgeable salespeople are helpful, but not pushy. It's a world where large selection and honest and low prices are the rule. It's a fascinating world on Park Row opposite City Hall. It's J&R Music and Computer World, New York's world-class music and computer connection.
Hi, I'm Roberto Clemente Jr., and you know these guys. El Duque is throwing heat. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Papa, Fleta goes back, back, back. A picture-perfect catch. Fleta flashes the sign. Instant approval. Fleta digs in. The windup, the pitch. Swing, long drive over cellular phones, car stereos, so Duque makes the catch. For appliances, electronics, and computers, PC Richard & Son is number 1.
We're New York One News, and when you see news, call New York One at 212-NY1 News, or call our Sprint PCS hotline by pressing pound NY1 on your Sprint PCS wireless phone. Sprint PCS. Experience the clear alternative to cellular today.
Guys, you might think we're a little spooky, or even a wee bit kooky. It's because we are. And on Halloween night, we got it named.
Because we'll be watching the Halloween parade.
There's going to be lots of devilish fun.
And you can see it all live
on New York One.
The 25th Annual Village Halloween Parade.
Live at 7:30
on New York One.
Welcome back to New York One's live coverage of the world champion Yankees celebration. I'm Roma Torrey, joined by Steve Cangelosi here at City Hall Park. Behind me, you hear the Jackie Robinson Steppers as the pre-program here at City Hall Park has gotten underway. There's so much going on today. Let's move on out to the parade route where Dean Meminger is standing by on Broadway at Liberty Street. Dean.
Well, hi, Roma. Enough confetti has already fallen around this Liberty Street area that sanitation workers are already on the scene. As we look over, we can see them standing there with their big brooms sweeping a lot of the paper to the side so that there is not a problem with the floats when they come up. They also have their blowers. Now, if we look up here on One Liberty Plaza, you can see people outside the window throwing just rolls and rolls of toilet paper out of the window, and it is going up in the air. A very festive scene here. Now, last night at Yankee Stadium, there was a festive scene there as well. I was there when the buses rolled up with the Yankee players, and the fans really cheered them on. The Yankees landed at Newark International Airport shortly before 8 o'clock Thursday night, with manager Joe Torre holding the well-earned championship trophy. While arriving at the airport, die-hard fans gathered at Yankee Stadium to welcome the champs home. What's the best part of the Yankees right now?
Right now, just winning 114 games in the regular season, 125 overall. Come on, it gotta be the best team ever, don't you think?
You sound like a stat machine.
Well, I'm pretty excited right now, I know. And like I say, Yankees!
That's our heroes, the Yankees. Greatest team this year.
The players quickly grabbed their bags, dashed past the media, and headed home. The Yankee officials say many of the players zipped in and out of Yankee Stadium because they were tired, and of course they have a big parade to attend. Hey, Buzz, how does it feel being back home here in the Bronx and the fans waiting for the team like this?
It's great to be back to New York.
On the lid?
It really is.
And what do you think the parade will be like tomorrow?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Thanks, Sean.
How does it feel with the fans welcoming you back to the Bronx like this after the championship?
It's cool, man. It's cool. It's awesome, man. It's always a good greeting.
The permanent 1998 championship sign should be painted on the stadium sometime Friday. Now back here at the parade road, the fans are really getting excited. A short while ago, they started rocking our news truck back and forth, and I understand they're getting really excited down at the beginning of the parade. That's where my colleague John Schumo is standing by. John, take it away.
Dean, right now, the parade is still about 10 minutes away, but you're looking at a live picture of the Canyon of Heroes, and as you can see, the folks up in the office buildings are already starting to throw the confetti out of their buildings, taking an early lunch, I guess. We're still in a holding pattern here. What you're seeing behind me is the trucks from the Joe Torre Little League from Midland Park. They are waiting for the parade to start. Now, we understand the Yankees are here. The Yankees have assembled, but no sign of them yet. I'll tell you what, Yankee fans are eagerly awaiting their arrival. We're here with some kids who just got off the subway. Guys, where are you from?
Truman!
What high school are you not at today?
Truman!
Not at Truman High School. Tell me about what you're looking forward to about today.
I want to see Jeter. I want to have some fun.
Now, why does everybody like Jeter?
He's the best. He's the best.
Okay, all right. But what else are you looking forward to?
Derek Jeter, looking at my peoples. My peoples is out here somewhere, so we gotta go look for them.
You're gonna have fun. Now, you guys aren't at school today.
Jeter's my man, bro. Jeter's my man. You know why Jeter's my man? He broke up with Mariah, yo.
Okay. Now, what about you? You're not at school today, but what do you think? Is this a good day off, a good day to come?
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are excited?
Yeah!
Well, there you have it. Yankee fans are out in full force. They can't wait to see Derek Jeter. I'm not sure what that guy does, but he's the best. Let's go back to Roma and to Steve, who are at City Hall Park. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, John. Derek Jeter, sex symbol.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we had one Mariah mention. I'm sure there'll be another one in the course of the afternoon. We should mention this. John taking the storyline of all the kids who are supposed to be in school but are not. I grew up about half a mile away from the Nativity Catholic School in Queens, New York, Roma, and that's where the principal's name is Sister Marguerite Torre, and she is taking the entire student body, 362 strong, to the parade today. So they're the only ones who are not in school who don't need to make up some sort of story when they get back on Monday.
Into trouble. Well, excitement certainly in the air, and so is confetti. Tons of it. Actually, some, 50 tons, I think, of confetti is expected to be coming down. It's already come down. We've seen some flow charts. Some bills haven't come our way. I remember that was 2 years ago. But lots of toilet paper in the air.
I still have the phone bill from 2 years ago as a memento from that very special day.
All right, there's so much action, so much activity ahead. We're going to hear from see the Rockettes. We've got lots of bands, and of course the Yankees are lining up. I don't think they've arrived on the scene yet, but they're soon to arrive in Battery Park as they mount 3 floats on their way up the Canyon of Heroes. We're going to have lots more ahead. Stay tuned to New York One. New York One on stage, Monday night at 9:30, only on New York One. New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade is sponsored by Modell's, you gotta go to Moe's, and by OTB, bet with your head, not over it, and by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall, and by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
The Yankees win. The Yankees win. It's piled high. It's piled deep. It's New York's largest selection of Yankee merchandise. For the official World Champion locker room tees and sweatshirts from Starter and the official locker room cap from New Era. Every Modell's is packed with tees, jerseys, jackets, sweatshirts, caps, and more. New merchandise arrives daily. Yankee fans know you gotta go to Moe's. Gotta go to Moe's.
Angel, is your horse racing today?
Yes, this one over here. He's number 2.
Serendipitous. I played number 2.
How'd you do that?
OTB by phone.
OTB by phone?
It's easy. Just call 1-800-OTB-8118.
It's a world filled with every piece of music and stereo equipment imaginable. It's a world where computers and all of their various components become one. It's a world where knowledgeable salespeople are helpful, but not pushy. It's a world where large selection and honest and low prices are the rule. It's a fascinating world on Park Row opposite City Hall. It's J&R Music and Computer World, New York's world-class music and computer connection.
Hi, I'm Roberto Clemente Jr., and you know these guys. El Duque is throwing heat. Strike one, strike two, strike three. Papa, Fleta goes back, a picture-perfect catch. Masada flashes the sign. Instant approval. Masada digs in. The winder, the pitch. Swing, long drive over cellular phones, car stereos, so Duque makes the catch. For appliances, electronics, and computers, PC Original Sun is #1.
We're New York One News, and when you see news, call New York One at 212-NY1 News, or call our Sprint PCS hotline by pressing pound NY1 on your Sprint PCS wireless phone. Sprint PCS. Experience the clear alternative to cellular today. If you want to go there, start here. New York One is your destination for travel news. Check out the itinerary. It's Travel Update every Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday morning at 8:30. A full half hour of where to go, what to do, how to make it happen. Then catch Traveling with Val throughout the week with advice for adventure, tips for bargain hunters. So whether you want to go around the world or away for the weekend, always go with New York One.
The Yankee organist performing, just completing a number here at the pre-program at City Hall Park as the Yankee celebration gets underway. I'm Roma Torrey, joined by Steve Cangelosi. We'll be with you for about the next, 3.5 hours, perhaps, enjoying all the excitement and the enthusiasm of the crowds. Thousands are here, and I expect it to be a record crowd. I heard somebody earlier predict that there would be 3 times the number of people who turned out for the 1996 celebration. I don't know if that's possible.
I think a lot of that has to do with the popularity of the team, and if we can draw anything from the record number that showed up at Yankee Stadium this year, Roma, it's this, that the team just became such a symbol and spirit of New York, and if it's true that New York indeed does demand a winner, wow, to look at what this team produced this year, day in and day out, and maybe the most impressive thing, never really taking any time off and getting away from the focus of what was the ultimate goal this year, and that was to be the best team in baseball, and that's exactly what they were. A little bit of Eddie Layton trivia before we stray too far away from the man, the only man to play for the Yankees, the Knicks, and the Rangers. That comes from our control room. Very nicely, guys.
That guy knows his organ. You know, I'm sure Yankee fans would love to bottle this time and this team forever,
Sure.
and yet changes, big changes, are inevitable. And I'm not just talking about routine baseball business. We're talking about maybe a change at the top.
Well, a change in ownership is something we've heard about now for quite some time. I think it's going to happen someday. I don't think that George Steinbrenner will leave this earth as the owner of the New York Yankees. Roma, quite simply, there's a lot of money to be made. If the latest report is accurate, he can cash in to the tune of $650 million to sell this team to Cablevision's Charles Dolan. That's the hot rumor. And this is a man who purchased this ball club back in the early 70s for slightly more than $18 million. That's a profit, I would say.
I would say that's a good businessman. Well, he would retain some control of the Yankees, wouldn't he? He just wouldn't be the senior manager in charge.
Well, that really might be what is holding things up. If indeed these talks are serious, it's just how much control George Steinbrenner would have after he steps away as principal owner of the Yankees. He's a man, let's face it, who has loved the spotlight, and a man who's never shied away from that. And I don't think he's ready to give up that part of it. And if somewhere in this is negotiated a 5 or 7 year period where he has control over all baseball decisions of this team with regard to the manager, with regard to major personnel moves, that might be enough for George Steinbrenner to just start the wheels moving for his departure as Yankee owner someday.
I wonder if those tears that we witnessed in the post-win celebration after they took the World Series on Wednesday, if those tears had anything to do with the knowledge that he probably won't be back in that capacity again.
Well, it's possible. Change is in store for this team one way or another. You know, one of the tough things about 1996, just from a player point of view, they said goodbye to the World Series MVP that year, John Wetland, and they also said goodbye to the man who hit the biggest home run of that postseason, Jim Leyritz. So now you just deal with a myriad of possibilities, and how this team is going to be able to stay together is going to be some sort of mission that I think in 1998 is a baseball impossibility. You just can't keep everybody that you want to keep.
Yeah, as much as you would like to. We are about a minute away from the official start time of the parade, so let's move on out to the start of the parade route at Battery Park, where John Schumo is standing by with those crazy Yankee fans. John.
That's right, Roman. We are moments away from this parade getting started. The funny stuff is already flying out of the canyon. The windows here. I'll tell you what, people should be careful about what they're throwing here. The Leg Mason Woodwalker Incorporated, their vice president, I have his business card now in my hand. I'll tell you what, you got to be careful what you throw. It might get you in trouble. We're still in a holding pattern here. We're anxiously awaiting. These are the kids from Joe Torre Little League. They are ready to go. They are actively waiting. They're going to be going down the Canyon of Heroes in their parks and recreation vehicles. Again, we're told now the Yankees are here. They're here assembled down in Battery Park City. Just a matter of where they are right now. We haven't seen them, but I'll tell you what, everyone is waiting for Derek Jeter. I want to introduce you to some fans we have here who are anxiously waiting. What are you looking forward to?
What?
What are you looking forward to seeing?
I'm looking forward to seeing the action, the excitement, everything. New York is number one.
You're excited?
Yes, I am.
What about you guys? Where'd you come in from today?
Queens.
Queens? Now, you're not in school. What school are you supposed to be at?
Aviation, baby!
Aviation, aeronautics. So what do you think? What are you looking forward to seeing today?
Great excitement, all the Yankee players, girls.
Girls? There's no girls on the Yankee team. Wow. What about you? Were you here in 96?
No, I wasn't here. This is the first time.
First ticker tape parade. Look at that canyon down there. What is that going to be like when you head down there?
Exciting. It's very, very happy to be here. I've never been here before. First parade.
Guys, congratulations for getting out of school today. Go Yankees is the word. I'll tell you what, the parade should be getting started momentarily. The folks, all the people in the parade, the Tory kids, as well as the Yankee players, will be making their way up the Canyon of Heroes, where our Dean Meminger will be seeing all these people in a short while. Dean, can you hear me? If you so, take it away.
John, I'm halfway at the halfway point, and the fans are going crazy right here. As you can see, as soon as they saw the camera go on, they went absolute crazy. Now I have some fans right here. Very quickly, tell me what is on your face.
Makeup. I just painted myself as a baseball.
A baseball. You even have the contacts.
Yeah.
What kind of contacts are those?
They're called Wildfire.
Wildfire?
Yeah.
Wildfire. Now, what player would you like to see?
Golua and Derek Jeter.
Now, did you cut school today?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's proud of that. He's real proud. Let's go to one more fan real quickly. Where are you from?
We're Staten Island, New York, baby! Yankees number one!
What player do you want to see the most?
Sonny Baseball! Sonny Baseball! Bring him back!
A lot of yelling. Okay, make sure it's nice, though. You want to say something to all the people who didn't go to school today. These are for the New York Yankees! Westerly! They cut school today for the New York Yankees. I'm quite sure the board of them is happy to hear that. Well, I'm covered by the flag now. Let's go to Roma up at City Hall. Roma and Steve.
You know, Roma, it's very clear that the parade brings out the best in everyone, and even our Dean Meminger finding the positive earlier, we should note, in having our live truck rocked by some fans. So that's certainly the spirit.
Boy, he's been through it all. I think it was after the World Series, when the Yanks won it, he was doused with some beer, right?
Taking one for the team is Dean Meminger.
Combat duty.
The Yankee manager, of course, is a New York story unto itself. Joe Torre is Brooklyn-born, and that's one of the big reasons that he was the man who was recommended by Yankee publicist Arthur Richmond to succeed Buck Showalter as manager after the 1995 season. He has the distinction of being one of the few men to manage both the Mets and the Yankees, but it's in the Bronx that he's now a two-time World Series champion manager, but his roots go all the way back to St. Francis Prep High School in Queens. With that part of our story, New York 1, Gigi Stone.
The baseball team at St. Francis Prep in Queens was crowding around to take a look at one of their school's old yearbooks Thursday. They were checking out a particular graduate who's becoming a New York legend.
I think it's real cool that Joe Torre went here. He's a professional baseball player, and all of us here want to be up to that level.
Every kid would want to be like him, managing the Yankees, having a World Series.
At Yankees manager Joe Torre's alma mater, students are beaming with pride, but not as much as the teachers who remember him.
Joe isn't going to like this, but he was a pudgy little boy when I had him as a freshman, okay? And he developed into a fine young man over the years.
Brother Pergola was Torre's high school freshman English teacher in 1954. He keeps an autographed photo of one of his favorite students on his desk, and his personal souvenirs are a big hit at school.
He was always very, very active as a baseball player. He was an excellent baseball player even as a freshman, okay? And we knew that there was that possibility that he would go places.
The teachers who were here at the time say Joe Torre is only one of the best athletes to have gone to this school. That's because Vince Lombardi, former coach of the Green Bay Packers, and Jerry Donato, the LSU football coach, are also alumni. Even so, some young coaches say it's Torre they look to for inspiration.
He has a great relationship with the players, and he always seems to put the right guy in at the right spot. So I try to do a little bit of both.
Many of the players here call Torre their hero and couldn't be happier to be going to the same school. Now they say they just have to figure out a way to convince their teachers that this bond warrants their cutting class to go to the parade. In Queens, Gigi Stone, New York 1.
Joe Torre has been such a part of the fabric of New York for the longest time. I know that growing up in Queens, you always emulate certain people, and to emulate the old New York Yankees and the old New York Mets was something that was a common thread for so many of us. And I could remember, Romer, when I was 8 and 9 years old, it was Joe Torre who would make the rounds as all the Little League banquets would be held throughout Brooklyn and Queens. But here's a little bit of trivia you're probably not familiar with. He was not the only Torre to grow up on a certain block in Flatbush, was he?
I am told my mother, whose last name is also Torre, grew up on the same block as Joe Torre, and we are not related. A lot of people ask me that question. Our family last name is actually Torre Grossa, although I'll tell you, I would love to call him Uncle Joe if I got to talk to him face to face.
Well, he's going to be around here for quite some time. Certainly what we have is a situation where the Yankees are elated with the job that he's done, and they're just dotting I's and crossing T's now on a multi-year contract extension. There was some speculation, Roma, that Joe Torre would not return. After all, he has a very young baby daughter, and there was a lot of feeling that he might want to be a guy who was a little bit closer to home, not on the road some 81 nights a year, be able to watch his daughter grow up. But ultimately, the decision made to continue. He's having a good time. He's really at the top of his game. It's been said before, Roma, and it is oh so true. The perfect manager for this club. A club with star power, a club with veterans. Joe treats them like adults, and they respond that way. I don't think there could have been more of a perfect fit. Hey, 2 championships in 3 years. It's a bottom-line business, and we all know that.
A ball club that is much beloved, so beloved that fans are willing to go out on a ledge there, risking life and limb to catch view of the Yankees on their way up the Canyon of Heroes, the world champion Heroes of New York. Well, we've got lots more ahead. I wanted to just talk to you, Steve, about the changes ahead. We were talking about not being able to keep the team intact as much as we would all love to see that happen. But there's some free agents about to move on. We don't know if they're going to stay with the team or move on, but Scott Brocious is one very obvious name that comes to mind, considering he was the series MVP. What is his future?
Well, his future is this. He's very happy here, and he has stated for the record he wants to return as a New York Yankee. But if somebody out there says, okay, there's the World Series MVP, we've got $6 million we want to pay him, well, that's an issue that the Yankees then have to say, okay, can we pay everybody on this team $6, $7, $8 million? I made an informal count of in my own mind, Roma, that by the year 2000, if you look at the players that are on this Yankee roster now, you're going to have at least 9, maybe more, who are going to be making in that area $7 to $8 million. Simple arithmetic here. That's about $63 million just for 9 of the 25 players. How high can it go? And that's an issue that I think even the wealthiest of owners, whether it's George Steinbrenner or Charles Dolan and the people at Cablevision, if they have control of this team, are all going to have to wrestle with. There are no easy answers. And one lesson we learned from 2 years ago, no matter how popular the players are, somebody's got to go. If not, John Wetland would still be here today.
Bottom line, unfortunately, business and
Absolutely.
Money making ends meet. All right, we're looking at a shot of the start of the parade route, which is just moments away from beginning. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. We will be right back with more on the world champion Yankees.
New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade is sponsored by Modell's. You gotta go to Moe's. And by OTB, bet with your head, not over it. And by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall. And by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
The Yankees win. The Yankees win. It's piled high. It's piled deep. It's New York's largest selection of Yankee merchandise. For the official World Champion locker room tees and sweatshirts from Starter and the official locker room cap from New Era. Every Modell's is packed with tees, jerseys, jackets, sweatshirts, caps, and more. New merchandise arrives daily. Yankee fans know you gotta go to Moe's.
Gotta go to Moe's.
Angel, is your horse racing today?
Yes, this one over here. He's number 2.
Serendipitous. I played number 2.
How'd you do that?
OTB by phone.
OTB by phone?
It's easy. Just call 1-800-OTB-8118.
It's a world filled with every piece of music and stereo equipment imaginable. It's a world where computers and all of their various components become one. It's a world where knowledgeable salespeople are helpful, but not pushy. It's a world where large selection and honest and low prices are the rule. It's a fascinating world on Park Row opposite City Hall. It's J&R Music and Computer World, New York's world-class music and computer connection.
Hi, I'm Roberto Clemente Jr., and you know these guys. El Duque's throwing heat. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Pop-up. But goes back. A picture-perfect catch. Masada flashes the sign. Instant approval. Masada digs in. The wind-up. The pitch. Swing. Long drive over cellular phones, car stereos. So Duque makes the catch. For appliances, electronics, and computers, PC Richard & Son is number 1.
We're New York One News, and when you see news, call New York One at 212-NY1 News, or call our Sprint PCS hotline by pressing pound NY1 on your Sprint PCS wireless phone. Sprint PCS. Experience the clear alternative to cellular today. A week of fashion from 7th on 6th. Reports throughout the day on New York One, the world's #1 designers on New York's #1 news channel. Starting Monday, November 2nd. Fashion reports throughout the day from 7th on 6th on New York One. New York One's coverage of 7th on 6th is sponsored by BCBG Max Azria.
Welcome back here to City Hall Park, where New York One's continuing live coverage of the Yankees World Series Championship Parade continues. Hello again, everyone. I'm Steve Cangelosi, along with Roma Torrey. We'll be back here at the podium in just a few moments. Our Bud Mishkin, though, standing by at his location at Broadway and City Hall. And we go there now, and we understand that not all is in order with today's celebration. Bud, take it away.
Well, Steve, the crowd's been very orderly, very well behaved so far in the waiting, and they've been here for many hours. But right now, right around Park Row here, just off of City Hall Park, the problem is there's simply too many people. And you can see behind the barricades back here, it is pretty clear right now and pretty composed right now. But at various times, the push goes towards the barricade, and there's simply too many people pretty much confined into one area, and trying to bring the barricades out a little bit to give people a little breathing room. It's not been a crisis just yet. There have been a couple of people that have been hurt. Nothing real serious yet. But it seems like this is a situation that has to be resolved here. Right now, all appears to be calm, but it's obviously an area they're going to have to keep a watch on. I think they're going to need to have, once the parade gets started, then there'll be attention on the parade, and everything will kind of calm down a little bit. But there were some moments here of a little bit of fear. One kid was hurt, looked like he hurt his leg, and obviously it's a situation that once the parade gets started, I think that's will make everybody around here breathe a little bit easier. Let's go to my colleague, John Schumo. John.
Well, the question is, when's the parade going to get started? According to my watch, it's now about 11:45. We are still waiting for the parade to start, but I'll tell you what, these Yankee fans down here are very orderly. They are very anxious. They are very polite, as only Yankee fans would be. Let's start with you right here. What are you looking forward to about the parade?
Just seeing all the players.
Who's your favorite player?
Derek Jeter.
I knew you were going to say that, sir. What about you? What are you looking forward to?
Oh, look for the parade. Great parade. I'm looking for the parade and looking to see a parade.
Were you here in 1996?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Tell me about it then.
It was great. It was great, and it's going to be terrific today. Today will be better.
Great. Let's come down to you here. You seem to be pretty occupied with your yo-yo. You're looking forward to today?
Yes.
Now, what school are you supposed to be in?
PS44.
PS44 in which borough?
Staten Island.
In Staten Island? But you're here today. You know what? I'm a Staten Islander too. You're going to stay with me today. We're going to have fun, all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. PS44 in Staten Island. Let's swing around here. What about you? Now, you're also a Staten Islander, but you're not supposed to be in school today.
No, I'm not. Not today.
What are you looking forward to seeing?
Everything.
Everything.
Absolutely everything. Anything and everything that I can see. It's pretty hard.
Derek Jeter, I'm sure.
Oh, of course.
Of course. Sir, what about you? You're also waiting for Derek Jeter?
I'm waiting for Chuck Knobloch and El Duque.
All right, good. I varied up a little bit. What were you here in 96?
I was here in 96.
Tell me about it then.
It was awesome, and I can't wait for 99 and 2000, 2001, because we're all going to be here because the Yankees are going to win all those times.
All right. You heard it. You heard it here. It's going to be awesome, as only the Yankee show can put on. The fans are excited down here. I'm sure they're very excited where my colleague Dean Meminger is standing a little bit up the ways on Broadway. Dean, take it away.
Hey, John, I can hear you, man. It's really loud at your end, and it's loud here as well. Here to go, the crowd. Hold on 1 second. I want to show you something. If you could see this, they're going to crush. But look at this funk. These guys brought in the funk. They said they didn't only sweep the Padres, they forked them.
Let's go, Yankees! Number one, Yankees! They the sweep! The broom! The sweep! The sweep!
Now we want to show you another sign very quickly. If you look up on one of the buildings here, there are some Met fans around as well. One person put a Met hat on me, but there's a Met sign hanging over one of the buildings as well, and the crowd is going crazy, jumping in front of the camera. Everyone wants to get in front of the camera and let the Yankees know just how much they love them. Now, I have one person very quickly. You're supposed to be at work right now. What happened?
I can't make it.
Why not?
Going to work. No work.
You said you can't get across the street.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
All right. The scene is getting a little hectic right here. And let's go back right now to Stephen Roma. Stephen Roma.
Thank you very much, Dean. And be well. We'll visit you again momentarily as the celebration goes on. The always fun thing about these parades, Roma, you always figure out about 250 different ways to say, we love the Yankees, go man, and all of that. I'm sure we'll get a few more versions later.
And we should remind all the folks there's some 3,000 police officers assembled here doing their best to keep the crowd under control.
Okay, Roma, apparently we've got a little bit of audio trouble, but okay. We're looking again at live pictures of the parade route, which by our estimation is about 16 minutes late in getting underway. We understand that the Yankees have arrived, but at this time, still no indication as to exactly when the floats are going to begin their parade down Broadway. And, of course, it will all culminate right here with the celebration here at City Hall Park, where there is quite an elaborate presentation and schedule on hand. We'll explain again what it's all about in just a few moments. You're watching New York One's continuing live coverage of the Yankees World Championship Parade in the greatest city in the world. We're coming right back.
New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade is sponsored by Modell's, you gotta go to Moe's, and by OTB, bet with your head, not over it, and by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall, and by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
The Yankees win. The Yankees win. It's piled high. It's piled deep. It's New York's largest selection of Yankee merchandise. For the official World Champion locker room tees and sweatshirts from Starter, and the official locker room cap from New Era. Every Modell's is packed with tees, jerseys, jackets, sweatshirts, caps, and more. New merchandise arrives daily. Yankee fans know you gotta go to Moe's.
Angel, is your horse racing today?
Yes, this one over here. He's number 2.
Serendipitous. I played number 2.
How'd you do that?
OTB by phone.
OTB by phone?
It's easy. Just call 1-800-OTB-8118.
It's a world filled with every piece of music and stereo equipment imaginable. It's a world where computers and all of their various components become one. It's a world where knowledgeable salespeople are helpful, but not pushy. It's a world where large selection and honest and low prices are the rule. It's a fascinating world on Park Row opposite City Hall. It's J&R Music and Computer World, New York's world-class music and computer connection.
Hi, I'm Roberto Clemente Jr., and you know these guys. El Duque throwing heat. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Papa, but goes back. A picture-perfect catch. Masada flashes the sign. Instant approval. Masada digs in. The wind-up, the pitch. Swing, run drive over cellular phones, car stereos, so Duque makes the catch. For appliances, electronics, and computers, PC Richard & Son is number 1.
We're New York One News, and when you see news, call New York One at 212-NY1 News, or call our Sprint PCS hotline by pressing pound NY1 on your Sprint PCS wireless phone. Sprint PCS. Experience the clear alternative to cellular today.
Way to go, Yankees, the champions of the world. Tonight at 8, watch a special repeat telecast of New York One's coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade through the Canyon of Heroes. From start to finish, tonight at 8 on New York One.
Coverage of the Yankees parade is sponsored by Modell's, you gotta go to Moe's, and by OTB, bet with your head, not over it, and by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall, and by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
Welcome back to New York One's live coverage of the Yankee celebration in downtown Manhattan. We understand the parade is getting underway, and there is a shot of Darryl Strawberry moving up the Canyon of Heroes with his wife. Boy, that's a wonderful sight to see him well enough to be in this crowd and in this massive celebration. I think we've got John Shumo standing by in Battery Park at the start of the parade. John, able to talk to us?
Yes, I can hear you very well, Roma. The parade has started down here in Battery Park City. As you mentioned, Darryl Strawberry went by with his wife. We got a real quick view of that. We're about, I'd say, 100 yards away from the actual starting point. But I'll tell you what, the confetti is flying all over the Canyon of Heroes. It is a scene, a magical scene that only New York can put on. I'll tell you this, I've been down here in downtown Manhattan several times. I've never seen a parade before, and it is breathtaking. You can see people who are out on the balconies. They are waving jackets in the air, waving signs and flags. It is absolutely amazing. Wall Street and downtown Manhattan is officially on a lunch break. It is quite a scene down here. The first two floats went by. The Yankee players were waving to the crowd, confetti flying everywhere.
John?
I'll tell you what, the sanitation department's going to have a real hard time cleaning up.
John, we just saw a float carrying some Yankees. I couldn't make out who they were. The first float, we understand, is carrying the trophy. I didn't see the trophy there, but in any case, Joe Torre is on that first float, along with the Yankee home office, George Steinbrenner, Brian Cashman, Hal Steinbrenner, and Hank Steinbrenner, along with the coaches, and of course, the mayor. The crowd is going wild.
Well, now the double-decker bus follows Roma, and the parade
that has George Steinbrenner in it.
There you go. And the procession continues down Broadway, and this is the first of many that will make its way towards us as it all culminates here. Second double-decker bus goes on, and wow, the shot that I think is just symbolic with just great moments in the history of this city.
This parade began with a police escort, followed by a color guard, the Brian McMahon Senators Marching Band, the Department of Sanitation Riser Press Truck, the Cooper Classic Car with Sterling and Kay, and the first Yankee float carrying the World Series trophy, along with the mayor, Joe Torre, Brian Cashman, the coaches, and the Steinbrenners.
You just saw the radio team. Michael Kay and John Sterling will cap the whole celebration here. They'll MC the whole thing. It was Sterling's call that has now become synonymous with winning Yankee baseball here in New York City. The Yankees win. The Yankees win. Crowd will get a charge out of that when they come here. But, wow, the party now in full force. Everybody recognizing what's going on, Roma, heading our way.
The governor is going to be riding in a Cooper Classic Car. That's following the first float carrying the Yankees home office. That'll be followed by the Yankee VIP double-decker, which contains George Steinbrenner and selected guests. And then we're moving on with more Steinbrenners. Senator Alphonse D'Amato couldn't miss this opportunity to show his face. He'll be riding in the crowd. There are a total of 3 floats carrying Yankees. The second float will include the starting pitchers, the bullpen crew, along with the catchers. The third float will carry the infielders, along with the travel staff and the mayor's wife, Donna Hanover, and the first son, Andrew Giuliani.
With the kids out of school, they had no problem making that decision today, Roma, and they're getting into all the festive atmosphere that we've got here today. The Cooper Classic Car, many of them will make their way. And that's Darryl Strawberry's car. You see him and his wife, Charisse. What a story and what a homecoming for Darryl Strawberry today, as he was able to make it his second public appearance since the surgery, which we are led to believe was very successful. And the question now is he back in spring training with the Yankees as they convene in Tampa in February? Will he be back as a player? Will he be back in some other capacity with this Yankee organization? Questions that will all be dealt with as we continue to monitor Darryl's progress. But just the fact that he's here today and what it means to his teammates to have him as part of this celebration, I don't think you can state enough about that. The chant in the locker room after they won it all, straw man, is something that'll live with me from that night where they clinched it all.
What a tremendous influence he's been on this team. I remember David Wells invoking his name just after they won the World Series on Wednesday. And every team member calling out Darryl Strawberry, Darryl in the locker room afterwards.
Universal respect for the man. They all had 39 stitched into the cap. Interesting that Jim Leyritz, former Darryl Strawberry teammate from his days with the Yankees in 1996, put the 39 on his cap. We're getting a look now, Roma, at the float with the Yankee pitchers and catchers. There goes Joe Girardi, maybe the last time around for him. David Cohn. And this is the float with the Yankee battery. There goes George Rose, the Rabu translator. There goes Andy Pettitte, right near the Yankee insignia. And what a job he did with those 7 1/3 shutout innings of baseball in the clincher. He induced the Padres into 15 ground ball outs that night, and what a performance by him. Some Yankee fans had their doubts about whether or not he was able to stand up in that big moment, but 2 of the 3 appearances that he made in the postseason were just right on and made all the difference in the world. Some Yankee employees there, and the shot from above as the party continues here in New York. Beautiful, beautiful scene.
One thing that comes across very loud and clear about this team, there were no stars. There was no Babe Ruth. There was no Lou Gehrig from the 1927 Yankees. It was a team that worked together.
Probably the Yankee of the 90s, if you can somehow quantify that, is Paul O'Neill. And you might not even call him a Hall of Fame talent, but that's one of the special things about this group. There were so many people who contributed to it. And what I said earlier, one day they're going to tabulate the MVP votes for this season. You might not find a Yankee in the top 5, but you might find about 6 or 7 of them who are in the top 20 in the American League. There was so much balance on this team, and it's so hard to choose a leader, to choose a captain. Derek Jeter is a man a lot of people peg for that role at some point in the future. Bernie Williams, if he's still here, but we don't know what his future is. But so many of them who mean equally, and the presence in that locker room that each of them carried. Darryl Strawberry was a big part of it, as a matter of fact, before he left this team to deal with his health issues. But So many have contributed, and really, from top to bottom, 1 through 25, you can make the argument that while the star power might not be there on an individual basis, as a group, there might not have been a better team.
How amazing that Darryl Strawberry, coming from so much adversity, would emerge to be such a team leader.
He was a guy who was quite inspirational to a lot of people in that room, and that's why it hit a lot of them hard. One of the moments that a lot of people remember was just prior to that playoff series against Texas when they first got the word of Darryl's diagnosis, players clutching their Bibles. But there we see a shot of the World Series MVP, Roma, as we go back to the screen. Scott Brocious is taking it all in, a man who 1 year ago batted .203 for the Oakland A's and rebounded this year to have an outstanding season. Chuck Knobloch hugging the back of the float there.
Second baseman.
After Game 2 of the Cleveland series, a lot of people wanted to get him out of town. We all saw the front page of the tabloids. One of them, Blockhead. Gene Michael, the Yankee scout, passing on one of the cars, a man who had a large role in shaping this team. Brian Cashman, the Yankee GM, says he is just one of about 4 men who wound up shaping this roster 1 through 25, and Gene had a lot to do with that. A man who managed the Yankees, was GM of the Yankees at one point, and one of 7 scouts that played a key role in doing such a great job to get this team ready for the San Diego Padres. Back to the red car, and Darryl Strawberry, who is having his day in the sun, isn't he?
Boy, he looks great. What an incredible achievement, though, to emerge from the hospital after major cancer surgery and be able to participate in this wonderful event.
Surrounded by a sea of fans, sea of confetti, as it makes its way towards us here at City Hall Park, and the shot from above, the pictures really tell the story.
50 tons of confetti, apparently, falling down on the Yankees.
There goes the World Championship trophy, Roma, making its way, trying to make out some of the people who are on the
Joe
float.
Torre there. I don't see the mayor, but he's supposed to be on that float. I guess we just don't see him. He's traveling on the back.
A lot of
along with
security
the home
personnel,
office,
too, from the
Yankee
Yankees
managers,
there.
coaches. We saw Chuck Knobloch moments ago. How wonderful that he was able to redeem himself after that horrible blunder in that second game against the Cleveland Indians. He came back with a home run.
There goes some of the Yankee coaching staff, Roma. Don Zimmer is part of that float. And Don Zimmer, the right-hand man to Joe Torre. The two of them together combining, forget this, 88 years of professional baseball experience between them. And there goes the man himself. There goes Joe Torre with his wife, Mel Stottlemyre. And you're looking really at those three, the troika, the brain trust behind the 2 world championships that this franchise has produced in the last 3 years. They are soaking it all up, and quite a moment. Al D'Amato, Willie Randolph, part of the coaching staff. That's just the first one that's coming our way.
I believe we saw Senator Al D'Amato there.
You talked about Chuck Knobloch and the goof in game number 2, which is something that he rebounded from beautifully. When you look at what he accomplished after that, he really settled in the leadoff role for the Yankees. And he made the comment afterwards, as the series shifted to Cleveland, that he felt that if that was his final moment as a New York Yankee, that that's what he'd be remembered for. But he knew it wasn't his final moment. And the fact of the matter is this: he's handsomely paid. He is going to be part of this team for quite some time. And George Steinbrenner said that he expects big things from him from this point on, that maybe the worst is over in what was mostly a mediocre season for Chuck, but he was there when it really counted as we approached the clincher the other night. He had a great World Series, and he rebounded in the last few games of that Cleveland series, too, with a big 3-run homer that turned the tide.
Look at the confetti come down on the crowd by the ton. Thousands. We're told that more than three times the number of people who were here in 1996 have come to celebrate the world champion Yankees. And it looks like there might be some trouble down there. Some people may have broken through the barricades.
Bud Michigan is standing by somewhere near that location at Broadway Hall in City Hall Park. Bud, take it away.
All right, Steve. Basically, we got a situation where the barricades have been broken through. So far. All right, how about Give me 10 seconds quiet, then you can scream as loud as you can, okay? All right. Basically, the barricades have been broken through. Everybody's been pretty cool. We're very well behaved so far. Just a little bit of a situation where we got so many people. So far, things are okay. Let's hope it remains that way. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
That was Bud Mishkin reporting from Broadway and Liberty Street.
City Hall
Park, we should say, as the parade continues here on Broadway, and they continue to make their way towards us, where it will all culminate with a beautiful presentation here. And the Yankees have a presentation of their own for the mayor. There you see El Duque all the way, and his is a story that Orlando Hernandez has almost grown tired of talking about it himself. He is a man who came here, obviously, everybody knows the story by now, surviving the shark-infested waters and getting here to realize his dream to pitch Major League Baseball against the best there is. His brother, Levon Hernandez, similar story, came here and had a great measure of success himself last year, a championship pitcher with the Florida Marlins. And Duque comes to the United States and tosses beautiful baseball himself. I look at two moments in this postseason, Roma, that really turned it all around. One of them, Orlando Hernandez in that series against the Cleveland Indians in what was a pivotal Game 4 for the Yankees on enemy turf at Jacobs Field. And Duque came out. He pitched 7 innings of absolutely splendid baseball. That and the Tino Martinez homer in the World Series, the two moments that really, more than any, in my opinion, had propelled this team to a world championship. But there you see the pictures that we all envisioned in our mind, and now we're looking at them for real today as the best team in baseball, arguably, ever to be put together, continues to celebrate a world championship. That's the Tottenville High School Band, I believe. I think I recognize it by the colors, and the procession continues around Broadway, and it's going to take a while for everybody to get here when the party will really cook up.
You were talking about El Duque. What a wonderful postscript that the Castro government was able to grant them exit visas to leave, or his family, to leave the country and join him in Florida. He flew there from San Diego after winning the series, and we're looking at a shot from above of Darryl Strawberry and his wife traveling up the Canyon of Heroes to the cheers of the adoring fans.
That is the picture of the day so far, just having his moment, being able to be part of this. A man who faced an uncertain future, and perhaps still does. You don't know what the future holds for Darryl Strawberry, but the fact that he has this moment, and from all indications, he's going to come out of this thing okay. And just a wonderful scene. There you see some pictures of the float as it continues to move down Broadway. There goes Rock. That's Tim Raines in the front there, who I am almost certain is set to call it a career. That's the outfielders float. Shane Spencer, Ricky Leday on that float. Paul O'Neill, part of the group, too.
How about that Shane Spencer? Let's talk about him.
Well, it's the two rookies. Two rookies who shared time in left field. There goes Bernie Williams, Roma. And we don't know if this is the last time around for him. Part of the celebration.
In a Yankee uniform.
Yeah, he will command big bucks, somewhere between $10 and $13 million this season to play baseball for somebody. Interesting to note that in the midst of that post-game celebration in the clincher in San Diego the other night, Bernie was very evasive with the media, and probably because he knew the obvious questions that would come after how does it feel to win the World Series. So, Bernie, will you be back? And he's just not ready to deal with those questions at this time.
You mentioned Bernie Williams and his wife were standing in the outfield while everybody else was celebrating on the infield just after they won.
Alone with themselves, alone with his thoughts, possibly realizing that his final moment as a Yankee had come. And it's hard to say what the guy is feeling. Does he want this period of his life to be over? Back to the outfield float.
Paul O'Neill.
Paul O'Neill, Roma, I said it earlier, maybe the greatest Yankee of the 90s, simply put. I don't think anybody has meant more to this franchise in the last 8 years than Paul. And he's a guy who very much realizes how special it is to wear that uniform. Paul O'Neill represents a lot that's good in Major League Baseball. And he decided to renew his contract as a New York Yankee for a lot less money than he probably could have made elsewhere. There's David the catcher float and the pitcher float. David Wells is taking it all in, apparently, with his own version of video journalism.
How many people get a view like that?
That's Jorge Posada waving his arms. He will eventually be the full-time catcher of the New York Yankees, maybe even as early as next season. If this is it for Joe Girardi, there's a chance he might resume his career elsewhere. But Posada, the young catcher who's been groomed by Joe, is an outstanding hitter and really has come along defensively as well. He caught David Wells' perfect game. Those two provided for a magical moment earlier this year in May. After the championship, that was it.
Looking at that shot with David Wells, you got to wonder about the fashion statement there.
There you go. Mariano Rivera, the man who was nearly flawless in the postseason. He appeared in 10 of the Yankees' 13 postseason games, and he did not allow a single earned run. What a beautiful, beautiful postseason for Mariano Rivera. If you lump all the postseason games together, I don't know if anybody meant more than him. There's Jeff Nelson, one of the underrated Yankees, and a man who really evolved into that setup role before they get to Rivera in the 9th inning. A lot of teams would love to have Jeff be the man. Mike Stanton, a first-time Yankee champion. And I said, Roma, there are 8 guys on that roster, but this is the first time around. 17 remain from the team that won it all back in 1996. But it's really apropos here that behind us, I guess they're playing the song from the Broadway musical, This Is the Moment. And for many of them, this is the moment. The shot from above, and it is just beautiful. We expect the major participants to make their way towards us sometime before 1 p.m., where the ceremony will continue with presentations, a couple of words from the Yankee manager, Joe Torre. That's the daily news float. Congratulations, the most New York you can get.
You know how wonderful this parade is coming with its own soundtrack. Here we are listening to This Is the Moment from Jekyll and Hyde, as you mentioned before.
Derek Jeter will have to beat them off with a stick if they get any closer. I think that Shumo out there in the crowd has spoken to about 15 fans, and my informal count is 14 said I'm here to see Derek Jeter.
He is hot in more ways than one, I understand.
Well, he's also an MVP talent, and a lot of that is embellished by the fact that he's a terrific baseball player. This is an age where shortstops in Major League Baseball, we are blessed with many of them. There's the World Series MVP. Sink it all in, Scott. It might never come around again for you. Interesting to see where he lands next year. He says, I want to stay, but this is a dollars and cents business, and I guess we're going to find out exactly how much he wants to say.
But boy, it's hard to leave this team. So many wonderful people, so many wonderful moments.
Well, there was
so much history.
Yeah, the chemistry in the locker room is something that's generally in sports, and especially in baseball, Roma, you don't get guaranteed. And this is a team that really has developed a wonderful chemistry about it. And professionalism is the key word. And I think that professionalism breeds more professionalism. There you see the shot in front of the Yankee pitcher and catcher float. David Wells, first-time Yankee champion, and a man I suspect will wear a Yankee uniform for a long time. He has a soft spot in his heart for his hometown of San Diego. He grew up there and pitched at Point Loma High School. Ironically, the place that produced another Yankee to pitch a perfect game. What are the chances of that? Don Larson back in the 50s and David Wells this time around.
We've got Dean Meminger standing by. He's about the midway point of the parade at Liberty Street and Broadway, and the parade is just passing him by now. Dean.
Well, Roma, right now the fans are going crazy. I'm at the midpoint of all of this, and they are going crazy as each float goes by. There's a marching band behind me now, and the crowd is really cheering. As I look over, actually a block away from Broadway, there are fans lined up behind this, and they are also starting to really cheer all the way a block away off. They cannot see what's going on, but they are really enjoying and participating in the festivities as this parade goes by. We have a marching band right now directly in front of me on Liberty Street and Broadway, and ticker tape, the confetti, all sorts of paper coming down. All right, right now you are looking at some pictures of the Ansky guys. You should know them from their ads and commercials that have been going on around the city that they say only in New York. They have their stomachs and their chests painted with the Yanks on it. Sometimes it's spelled out of order. And they really get a big cheer as well when they go by. The fans really love them as well. The crowd continuing to really cheer here for their 1998 world champion Yankees. They're standing on barricades and all sorts of things trying to get a good look at what's going on here.
Dean, the Ansky guys cannot spell still. It's still Ansky, and we should also note that they still appear to be on their steady stream of Krispy Kreme donut diet.
There's a lot of room to write on that palette there.
Oh, yeah.
Doughy is the key word in the Ansky part today.
I guess that's why they don't feel the cold so much.
Part of the Polar Bear Club, is that what they are called? There we go. Shot up high as people do anything they can to get a look. I don't know about you, I always get a little nervous when I see shots like that, Roma, people hanging out maybe a tad farther.
Look how high they are. Those are the crazy Yankee fans risking life and limb to get a good shot of the festivities.
Beautiful shot overlooking City Hall Park as they continue to make their way towards us, where the celebration will continue. Back to the floats and back to the parade route here.
A shot from the New York One helicopter, high atop City Hall Park, looking down on the masses that have gathered to honor their beloved Yankees. What a sight.
I'm taking an educated guess that this is the food vendor float, Roma.
I was at Yankee Stadium for the Cleveland Indian games, one of the playoff, the #2 game when we saw the Chuck Knobloch blunder, and I sampled that vendor food there. I don't know if they'd be in a position to celebrate.
And Modell's is very much represented here with 2 floats of their own here, of the 13 that will make our way.
Modell's, of course, we heard from them a couple of days ago when they were honoring Darryl Strawberry, talking about his cancer and offering to donate a $1 for every towel sold bearing Strawberry's number 39.
Back to the pitcher and catcher float, and David Wells continues to take it all in. He will carry the video memories from this to his personal collection for quite some time. Andy Pettitte on that float too, Roma, and one of the great stories of this postseason. He was playing with a heavy heart too the other day. His father had undergone double bypass heart surgery the day before. You talk about Andy Pettitte, the guy whose performance in the last 2 months raised a lot of questions about his confidence in such a big game against the San Diego Padres in Game 4, but he has a great history now in World Series play. He beat John Smoltz of the Atlanta Braves in '96 in the pivotal Game 5. The Yankees would go on to clinch in the very next game in Game 6, and then matched against the Padres ace in Game 4, Kevin Brown. Pettitte with those 7 1/3 innings of shutout baseball. How did the Yankees think about dealing him after this? We have heard those rumors throughout the postseason, but quite simply over the last 4 years, one of the winningest pitchers in baseball. The second winningest pitcher in baseball, to be precise, since 1995. He's done a great job.
16 games.
Marching band continues to make its way here to City Hall Park, and the crowd here is gathering, watching us on the Jumbotron predominantly, and the program here will get underway in just a few moments. Back to the MVP, Scotty Brocious. The radio City Rockettes. Part of the flavor of all of this, too, Roma.
We mentioned the Yankee food vendor guys get their own float along with the costume food vendor guys. Former Yankee Joe Pepitone gets his own float. He'll be riding in a Cooper Classic car. I just got a piece of shredded paper from, looks like a trade magazine.
No phone bills yet.
No phone bills yet.
Okay.
I will not pay them. We saw Gene Michael earlier. He's riding in a car. Interestingly, though it is not a legal day to take off from school, school's chancellor, Rudy Crew, will be riding in a Cooper Classic car along with his entire family. If he's setting the standard, I don't see how they could come down hard on the kids who skipped class today to be here.
That's a question every parent will have to wrestle with, I think. Judging from the turnout here today, a lot of them just said, what the heck, we want to live the moment. Back to the Yankee outfielder float. There goes Paul O'Neill, second time around as a champion, as a New York Yankee. Has a championship ring from that Cincinnati Reds team that won it all, too, in 1990. Shane Spencer, a guy who had a remarkable stretch run, and in September was hitting home runs as a Mark McGwire-like pace. Joe Torre made mention of both he and Ricky Leday, one of the real underrated stories of this postseason. Ricky Leday hit .571 in the World Series, and if Bernie goes, there's a chance that he might be the Yankees center fielder of the future. He had more at-bats than Shane Spencer in the regular season. In the World Series, he was just absolutely outstanding.
We saw the Joe Torre Little Leaguers earn themselves a spot to march in the parade with that name for a team. And there's one of the many bands that are being represented. We talked about Paul O'Neill before, and a lot of people are invoking the name Don Mattingly. Very hard to forget Don Mattingly in this wonderful celebration.
I talked to Don Mattingly maybe a week after the Yankees had won the championship in '96, and the great irony of ironies is that it was the year after Don Mattingly had announced his retirement from baseball, and I asked him what that feeling was like as the ball went into Charlie Hayes' glove for the final out. And so many emotions that raced through his mind. A man who wore the Yankee uniform with greatness and grace for such a long time. Somewhere out there today in his hometown of Evansville, Indiana, he's going to see the newsreel clips of this event today. And maybe the greatest Yankee of the last 15 years. The sad irony is never got to experience a day like this, but that's what baseball is. That's what sports is, and we've heard it time and time again from a guy like Derek Jeter, who's only been playing baseball for just over 3 seasons, and this is his second World Championship parade. The Yankees beat a Padres team with a man who is a virtual lock for the Hall of Fame, and Tony Gwynn, wrapping up his 18th season in Major League Baseball, playing it at such a high level, but he's never gotten to experience a day like this. So many great names in the past, Ernie Banks of the old Cubs teams, and they never get to taste this, but for some, they are fortunate. Like Mariano Rivera in the picture there, you can't say enough about what he did to help the Yankees get to this point. Ramiro Mendoza, seen to the right of Mariano there, waving his hand, and there's a guy who's meant a whole lot to what this team is. A man who began the season as a Yankees starting pitcher, and along the way came a guy named El Duque, who wound up pushing him from the starting rotation. But Ramiro Mendoza, one of Joe Torre's real favorites, and he still played a very key role in what this team did this year. Mariano soaking it all in. He took over the closer role from John Wetland after he left, and for him a day like this has to be so sweet considering what happened last year. A lot of people think that this should be the 3rd straight championship for the Yankees. Didn't work out that way. Rivera served up the home run to Sandy Alomar in Cleveland last year that turned that playoff series around. It hit him hard. It was a good pitch, too. Alomar just sent it the other way, and it sailed out from a home run. And people wondered if Rivera would be the guy who could be that real closer, championship closer. What a postseason he had this year. You could not have been much better or much more dominant than Rivera was in 10 of the 13 games that the Yankees played in the postseason.
Almost uncharacteristic to see him so elated, so exuberant. He maintained stoicism right through the games, very serious, very determined.
A lot of guys had that look. Andy Pettit had that look
Yeah.
in all 3 of his postseason starts. Almost that Zen-like approach at the plate. Pitched beautiful.
Congratulations, Yankees. You're the most New York can get. Is that what that said?
That would be from a local tabloid, yes.
That's the Daily News motto.
And the Yankees continue to make their way towards City Hall Park, where the celebration will continue here at some point after 1 o'clock this afternoon. And a sea of paper descends on the streets of downtown Manhattan. Beautiful sight. And one of the very special things about these parades in the Canyon of Heroes, you don't know when you're going to see it again. We said at the top, you don't know what's in store for your local sports teams in New York, whether or not you're going to get this for another 10 or 15 years. The events of the world, will there be a parade in the Canyon of Heroes for some other reason, a news-related event? Take it all in now. You don't know when you're going to see it again.
And what a day for it. We couldn't have ordered a better day. At 1 o'clock, there's going to be a key to the city ceremony here at City Hall Park. The ceremony will be emceed by the Yankee announcers John Sterling and Michael Kay.
We were a little late getting underway, Roma. About 15 minutes late. That'll probably affect the schedule at some point here unless they make it up somehow. I don't think anybody's going to leave, though, for a 15-minute wait.
Well, the Yankees move fast through the season. No reason why they might not make up some time here.
They got the Clydesdales all the way from St. Louis.
Wow. Pulling some beer behind them, perhaps?
Perhaps.
On stage for the ceremony, we're going to see the mayor, along with Yankee players who, as I said, will be receiving the key to the city, coaches, management, and other dignitaries. Lots of politicians, and there's one now. Mark Green, H. Carl McCall, up for re-election.
Important to see and be seen with the winners, I guess.
Who could pass up this opportunity?
Can't hurt.
Tony Bennett is going to be singing the national anthem, and he'll be singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Should mention, with the shot of the politicians, Romo, that we are now approaching crunch time for George Steinbrenner, for Rudy Giuliani, as to what's going to happen here. Steinbrenner had said during the course of the season that we would all have a very good indication of what's going to happen, where the Yankees are going to play in the future once the season's over. He now says after Election Day we're going to have that strong feeling. But obviously it was taken off the ballot. The people will not have their say coming up in the first week of November on the Yankee Stadium issue. A number of ways they can approach this here. The west side of Manhattan, which many people are opposed to. Take the current Yankee Stadium, improve the area around it, improve parking, make a baseball village around there, something along the lines of what exists at Jacobs Field in Cleveland or Camden Yards in Baltimore, or the option that I don't think a lot of people here want to even consider. Go across the river, go to New Jersey, and that's where they'll play someday. Will it ever get to that point? Let's just say that nobody has said it definitely won't, except the mayor. But he can't promise anything right now.
Nor will he say anything right now. But we're hearing a lot from those Amnesty guys there. Still can't spell.
I would think they are having their moment in the sun. All good ad campaigns eventually come to an end. The Where's the Beef lady can attest to that. And I would think at some point the Ansky guys will wear out their welcome. Not today, though. What do you have to do to get your own float?
We got Dean Meminger, who's right there at the part of the parade where the MC guys are passing by. Dean, how are the crowds reacting?
Well, they are going crazy. I would say they're cheering just as loud for those guys as they are for the Yankees as they go by or as they went by. I have to tell you, a lot of people on the floats at this area at Liberty Street, they had to duck a few times because the people are really throwing those rolls of toilet paper at the floats. So a couple of the players had to duck. It's all in good fun, though. We have the peanuts, popcorn, and some other people going by now. And they're just enjoying everything that goes by. Not only the players, but all of the other participants in this parade, as well as the bands that go by, people just really, really cheering. And there's people who are not even on Broadway who are a block away. They are cheering as well. I can only imagine they can't see it, but they can hear what's going on, and they're really cheering from a block away as this parade makes its way past the middle point where I am on Liberty Street. Let's go back to you at City Hall, Roma and Steve.
Wow, look at that shot. I believe that is a shot from the New York One helicopter, our chopper taking in the wonderful scene from high above. There's another one. Look at the millions of people. I don't know if it's safe to say millions yet, but it's pretty likely we've got that many to turn out.
Is that Santa Claus down there? Or am I seeing things?
Never too late to get some seasonal cheer in.
To each his own. The sea of people, and more expected today, many more, perhaps triple the number, that were here to celebrate some 2 years ago. And I think so much of the story today, Roma, is that almost from May and June, people expected this moment. And that's what makes it all the more special, because the players each and every day dealt with that burden of having to win a world championship in order to have this season construed as a success. The weight of that responsibility was handled by each and every player remarkably. I remember as the Yankees broke up at the All-Star break, coming off the best half season of any team in the history of baseball. And at that point, that was the first week of July, most of them were already sick and tired about the questions of being compared to the great teams and what would this season mean if there was no world championship to cap it off. That's a pressure that not everybody wants to deal with. This team's professionalism, I think, carried them through that. And all of them did a wonderful job of keeping focus, and the reward is a day like today. On top of the financial award, which this year, by the way, is a record $320,000 share for every member of the New York Yankees who participated in the World Series.
And yet with it all, I wonder how much that really came to play. I think so much of their motivation was just winning, not for the money.
Absolutely.
Let's move on to Bud Mishkin, who's standing by on Broadway at City Hall Park with his take on the event. Bud.
Roma and Steve, a veritable sea of humanity, and comparing parades obviously is very difficult, but it does seem like this is much huger than 94 with the Rangers or 96 with the Yankees. The crowd has surged past the barricades by and large, in fact overtaken our truck, but they've been incredibly well behaved, especially once the parade started. Darryl Strawberry just got a huge, huge ovation coming through in the first car. Things quiet down. And then even the press cars get cheers. That must be a first. And then when the players come by, obviously the crowd goes nuts, but in a very well-behaved way. So it's pretty much a joyous occasion all around right here, right now, as the crowd cheers on the Yankees and then waits for the next crowd of Yankees to cheer on.
Bud, what players have gotten the biggest cheer so far from your vantage point?
Well, Derek Jeter, strangely enough, seems to be somewhat popular.
What a shot.
Although Jeter was on the other side. What's going on there? He was on the west side of the street. We're on the east side. So we're going to try and request that Jeter come back around, if possible. Should Jeter come back around or what? All right. I believe that was a unanimous vote. Mariano Rivera got a huge hand. We haven't seen O'Neill yet. We haven't seen El Duque. We saw O'Neill. What am I paying attention to? All right. I didn't see O'Neill. El Duque obviously will get a huge ovation. Scott Brocious, a chance of MVP. Obviously that was huge. And all the Yankee players. And the pitchers got a big ovation. But let's face it, Darryl coming through first and leading the parade was just incredibly emotional and meaningful. And even the youngsters here, some of whom I was lifting up to see the parade, they got a huge kick out of the fact that Darryl Strawberry led the parade.
But what's the security situation like between the fans who you've described as breaking past the barricade and the motorcade that passes your way? What separates the fans from the players?
Well, that barricade has been respected. As far as the ultimate barricade, keeping the fans from the floats and the players. No one has stormed that barricade, although a few young people were lifted up over that barricade because they were being pressed against that barricade, and that obviously was a problem. Nothing serious right here, and the stuff that we talked about, say, a half an hour ago, it looked like it would get much worse. But once the parade started, as I suspected, once the parade started, people basically calmed down and chilled out and started enjoying what was going on. And then the element of danger abated somewhat. So the barricade, first and most importantly, the barricade keeping the fans from the players has been respected. It's some of the barricades in the back where people were, say, 50, 60 yards away from the parade that people came through. In fact, they got on top of our truck, which is about 50 yards from the parade. But that barricade was trampled. But by and large, people have been very well behaved and simply enjoying the parade.
Well, the demographics just into us, Bud, and this parade has set a record for the number of 14 and 15-year-old girls who are in attendance. And I think the shortstop has something to do with that.
They're here for Derek Jeter. I wonder why.
The celebration continues to make its way down Broadway, our way. And probably the ceremony scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon will be starting off a little bit late. They were about 15 minutes late getting underway. But not a soul is ready to give up his seat. And many of the lucky ones right behind us have been sitting here with the prime view of the stage, and they'll get to greet their heroes up close and personal probably sometime in the next hour, Roma.
Look at that sight there. You see the confetti streaming down out of the buildings. The sky is covered with confetti right here in City Hall Park. It's just swarming with paper, all manner of paper, toilet paper. Last year 2 years ago, we had bills, flow charts, you name it, it's in the air and it's coming down on the Yankees and the big parade.
A different look, perhaps, than the parade that greeted the 69 Amazing Mets. That was ticker tape, which went by the wayside. If you were going to follow the same premise, I guess computer terminals would be thrown out the windows today, and that wouldn't be good for any of us.
You know, when you compare the enthusiasm, the excitement of the crowd, there may be more people here this time around, but a little less excited. I don't know what it is, perhaps because the Yankees had that come-from-behind win in the 96 series. But this year, it almost has an air of expectation, as though this was destined to happen from long ago, and nobody expected the outcome to be any different.
That's one of the reasons to admire what they've done all the more, because they had to live up to that expectation to be one of the greatest of all time, and to make that happen, and to do it in the World Series against a team that had not been swept all season in San Diego. It's quite a remarkable accomplishment. They kept their focus when they really needed to. In the red car that you're seeing, the Joe Torre Little Leaguers, part of this as well. And they were part of our live coverage 2 years ago, I remember. As a matter of fact, moments after that clinching win against Atlanta, the Joe Torre Little Leaguers were right there, all watching their hero, and a guy who waited so long for his chance at a championship ring, and Joe Torre. More than any other player up until 1996, he had been in baseball as a player and a manager for over 40 years. Finally waited for his great moment, and apparently he wants more. And there was some doubt about that, Roma. He's a man who had some career options. I think that people might not necessarily understand that. He worked out in California as a television play-by-play man, and let me explain the difference. Not a color analyst, he was a play-by-play man, and he was very good at that. His visibility throughout baseball is now really second to none, and he could have gone in that direction. He could have made that choice, but no. That's Tony Cloninger, I believe, the Yankee bullpen coach, and superfan Freddie, and his famous pot. And Freddie has been banging that thing more times than I care to mention.
I wonder if that thing will earn a a spot in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
He always comes up with some sort of different saying. That one was pretty basic. Freddie says the Yanks are champs. Everybody appreciates Freddie in New York. He's become a story unto himself. The shot from above from Chopper 1, which I believe was an old TV show back in the 70s.
Well, that has nothing to do with it.
As the celebration continues here in downtown Manhattan.
Let's just take it all in.
You're watching New York One's continuing coverage of the Yankees World Champion Yankees Parade as the celebration continues in a sea of paper in downtown Manhattan as we continue to take it all in.
shot, I believe, of the Yankees who just arrived at City Hall, and they're going inside for a bite to eat before the ceremony gets underway. Somebody's got to feed themselves. There isn't much food to be had here.
Strawberry cheesecake will not be on the menu, I don't believe. I don't believe they'll repeat the menu of the pep rally that took place just prior to the World Series.
Although I'm sure Darryl Strawberry wouldn't argue with a menu that contained strawberry cheesecake.
He wasn't here that day. He is very much a part of the celebration, and you just try to predict who's going to get the biggest hand here today. I thought 2 years ago it was a no-brainer. It was Joe Torre, after 40 years in baseball, beloved New Yorker. All that he had accomplished, the patient wait to get to this point. Now this time around, Derek Jeter's popularity has even grown more immensely from when it was 2 years ago. You've got Duque, who is so popular with everybody. Some mic checks going on behind us as they prepare for the ceremony that will take place here. It was scheduled for 1 p.m. Perhaps it'll be a few moments late, but we do know this. The Yankees are making their way on the premises at this point. As the celebration continues, I can't see that shot enough. Beautiful shot on an autumn day in the greatest city in the world as Yankee fans convene here to celebrate their heroes.
You know, Steve, I've just been informed that the Department of Motor Vehicles is jumping into the act. They've created a personalized Yankee license plate bearing the Yankee logo. I believe you can purchase it for about $63.
And if you don't want to personalize it,
it's only $34.
It's $34.
What a bargain.
So much of what happened this season reflected the way baseball bounced back from where we were back in 1994 when there was no World Series, the players' strike getting in the way. And the individual heroes this year, guys by the name of McGuire and Sosa. We saw the Cal Ripken streak come to an end. A season that will be remembered very fondly here in baseball. But a team with very few identities, very few people with star power. Winds up collectively 1 through 25 being the very best that baseball had to offer this season. Paper strewn all throughout the streets. Now, how much did it cost to clean up this mess 2 years ago, Roma?
Close to $200,000, I understand. The sanitation department, 600 workers cleaning it up. I dare say it'll be about the same this year.
In the midst of the celebration, it looks like they're giving themselves a head start. Why wait until 2 o'clock? The Yankees, we understand, have made their way here to City Hall, getting a bite to eat, and the program should get underway momentarily. And those fans who made their way here very early, getting the best vantage point of it all, and the seats in front of us here at City Hall Park, all filled up, everybody excited.
That ceremony at City Hall Park is expected to get underway at 1 o'clock, though we assume it'll be a little later since the parade was about 15 minutes late getting underway. It'll be emceed by the Yankees announcers John Sterling and Michael Kay. How fitting to bring them back for this event. And, of course, on stage you'll see the mayor along with the Yankees. Once they've finished eating inside City Hall, they will be out for the big celebration here at City Hall Park. It is Yankee Day in New York City. We'll be right back. Our live coverage of the World Series champions will continue.
New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade is sponsored by Modell's. You gotta go to Moe's. And by OTB, bet with your head, not over it. And by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall. And by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
The Yankees win. The Yankees win. It's piled high. It's piled deep. It's New York's largest selection of Yankee merchandise. For the official World Champion locker room tees and sweatshirts from Starter and the official locker room cap from New Era. Every Modell's is packed with tees, jerseys, jackets, sweatshirts, caps, and more. New merchandise arrives daily. Yankee fans know you gotta go to Moe's. Gotta go
It's a world filled with every piece of music and stereo equipment imaginable. It's a world where computers and all of their various components become one. It's a world where knowledgeable salespeople are helpful, but not pushy. It's a world where large selection and honest and low prices are the rule. It's a fascinating world on Park Row opposite City Hall. It's J&R Music and Computer World, New York's world-class music and computer connection.
Hi, I'm Roberto Clemente Jr., and you know these guys. El Duque throwing heat. Strike one, strike two, strike three. Pop-up. That goes back, back, back. A picture-perfect catch. Beside that flashes the sign. Instant approval. So that digs in. The wind-up, the pitch. Swing, long drive over cellular phones, car stereos, so Duque makes the catch. For appliances, electronics, and computers, PC Richard & Son is #1.
We're New York One News, and when you see news, call New York One at 212-NY1 News, or call our Sprint PCS hotline by pressing pound NY1 on your Sprint PCS wireless phone. Sprint PCS. Experience the clear alternative to cellular today. New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade is sponsored by Modell's, You Gotta Go to Moe's, and by OTB, Bet With Your Head, Not Over It, and by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall, and by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
Looks like a snow day in New York City with all the confetti coming down on the thousands of people that have converged for the Yankees celebration. The World Championship Yanks are marching, or actually they have just arrived at City Hall Park. They went into City Hall where they'll be eating and emerging shortly thereafter to begin the ceremony. It is New York Yankees Day in New York City. Isn't that a surprise? I'm joined by Steve Cangelosi. He's been with me throughout the celebration, watching this wonderful event unfold up the Canyon of Heroes on Broadway from Battery Park right here to City Hall Park, where we are standing by.
Interesting to see who gets the biggest hand as the players are introduced individually by the radio team. Michael Kay, John Sterling. The ceremony should get underway sometime in the next 10 minutes. We're trying to get an estimate on exactly how many people are witnessing a little bit of New York City history today. What are we hearing, Roma?
You know, Steve, I just want to interrupt for a second. If you're hearing an echo on the air, it is because New York One is being broadcast as we speak on the Jumbotron just behind us in City Hall Park. So the folks that have gathered here for the big event, which is expected to begin very shortly, are also hearing us. We're hearing ourselves. It's a little distracting, I must add, but we're managing through it. Steve was talking about the crowd estimates. That's always a dangerous practice because you never know truly how many people have showed up when you're talking about a crowd of this magnitude. The estimate 2 years ago was 3.5 million people who showed up, but we understand that's almost physically impossible. 3.5 million people is actually the population of Los Angeles, and we're talking about squeezing that many people into a space that's roughly about 16 blocks. That would be pretty impossible to get that many people in that tiny space. It's more likely that about 1 million people turned out 2 years ago, and probably it'll be about the same today.
Crowd does seem healthy out there. It's hard to replay exactly what the scene was 2 years ago. I would suspect it's at least the same as 96, if not a little bit more beefed up, Roma. We've got Bud Mishkin out on the parade route with many of the Yankee fans. Hi, Bud.
All right, Steve. Things are starting to disperse here, and again, the crowd, it just, which kind of like surged forward towards the barriers, just acted great. Everybody, until now.
On cue.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. We got a little deal. We got a deal here. Wait, hold on. We got a deal here, okay? We got 15 seconds of quiet, and then everybody goes as much as possible, okay? Okay. Basically, everybody was incredibly cool. Everybody had a great time. I still didn't see O'Neill and El Duque, but I don't know. Everybody else saw them. But everybody else had a great time. Did everybody have a great time? question. Next question. Next question is there a Met fan here? Okay, wait, next question. Next question. Is there a Red Sox fan here? All right, okay. Next question. 2 down, 18 to go. Our favorite Yankee is... Okay. Final question. Final question. Hold on. Final question. On the count of 3. How about this? On the count of 3, get well, Darryl. All right? 1, 2, 3. Get well, Darryl! Steve, Roma, back to you.
He is orchestrating the news. Dean Memminger is out there somewhere. Dean, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm right here still on Liberty Street. As you look down, there's plenty of stuff on the street. I tell you, the sanitation has a big job, and the crowd is going crazy. Let's go to one of them. Tell me, what was the best part of the parade, Pat?
Derek Jeter! That's Bernie Williams! He's done what I carry for me, man! I love him for American! I'm telling you right now!
Which one is it, Derek Jeter or Bernie Williams?
Bernie Williams is my favorite, but I'm marrying Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter's my husband. I love you! I love you, Derek Jeter!
Derek Jeter, as you mentioned, Buddy Steve, is the MVP for all of the young teenage ladies. Come here, young man. What was the best part of the parade? Everything. You seem like you don't have anything to say. Was it really exciting? Will you always remember this?
Yeah.
He doesn't have much to say. I think the excitement has gotten to him. Now, Roma, I know you had mentioned about the confetti coming down and all of the computerized paper. I was looking for a phone bill, but I couldn't find any. I was going to pass it off to you just in case you wanted to pay it. But I tell you, it's going to be a big job here. And these fans are still enjoying it. They're loving it, as you can hear. Let's go to you up at City Hall.
Thanks, Dean. You know, we got that phone bill about 2 years ago, and in fact, Steve Cangelosi kept it for his memorabilia.
Well, you're looking now. Whoa, that looks like natural hair. That's beautiful. I wonder if it was planned that way or just the way the wind is blowing today. Chopper 1 continues to paint the scene for us over City Hall Park in downtown Manhattan, where the ceremony is just moments away. We thank you very much for watching our continuing coverage of the Yankees World Championship Parade. The ceremony at City Hall getting underway momentarily. We'll be right back.
New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade is sponsored by Modell's, you gotta go to Moe's, and by OTB, bet with your head, not over it, and by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall, and by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
The Yankees win. The Yankees win. It's piled high. It's piled deep. It's New York's largest selection of Yankee merchandise. For the official World Champion locker room tees and sweatshirts from Starter, and the official locker room cap from New Era, every Modell's is packed with tees, jerseys, jackets, sweatshirts, caps, and more. New merchandise arrives daily. Yankee fans know you gotta go to Moe's.
It's a world filled with every piece of music and stereo equipment imaginable. It's a world where computers and all of their various components become one. It's a world where knowledgeable salespeople are helpful, but not pushy. It's a world where large selection and honest and low prices are the rule. It's a fascinating world on Park Row opposite City Hall. It's J&R Music and Computer World, New York's world-class music and computer connection.
Hi, I'm Roberto Clemente Jr., and you know these guys. El Duque throwing heat. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Papa, Vera goes back. A picture-perfect catch. Posada flashes the sign. Instant approval. Posada digs in. The winder, the pitch. Swing, one drive over cellular phones, car stereos, so Duke makes the tap. For appliances, electronics, and computers, PC Richard & Son is #1.
We're New York One News, and when you see news, call New York One at 212-NY1 News, or call our Sprint PCS hotline by pressing pound NY1 on your Sprint PCS wireless phone. Sprint PCS. Experience the clear alternative to cellular today. New York One's live coverage of the Yankees ticker tape parade is sponsored by Modell's, You Gotta Go to Moe's, and by OTB, Bet With Your Head, Not Over It, and by J&R on Park Row across from City Hall, and by PC Richard & Son, the appliance, electronics, and computer giant.
Welcome back to New York One's live coverage of the world champion Yankees celebration. I'm Roma Torre, joined by Steve Cangelosi, and we are covering the event live in its entirety for you from City Hall Park here. A lot of excitement building up behind us here at City Hall Park. We understand the Yankee World Series trophy has just arrived. It's behind us. It's under a blue cloak. City Council Speaker Peter Vallone standing by there. Of course, he's not going to miss this opportunity. He's running for governor against Governor Pataki, who was featured in the parade. He was on one of the parade floats, marching through the crowd. And there's a shot of the mayor you're looking at. The City Hall is beautifully decorated, I might add, with the theme and the motif of the Yankees, of course. We see a giant shirt, a Yankee jersey on display behind us.
A Yankee fan who grew up in Brooklyn, New York, which back then was a dangerous combination when Rudy rooted for the other guys, because them bums were everything that Brooklyn was made of, and the spirit of Brooklyn was represented by all of those Dodger teams that never got to the top until they finally did so in 1955. Things on the podium now, I understand, are starting to take shape. That's Michael Kay at the podium already, and people are in place, and this ceremony probably will get underway in just a few moments. John Sterling, the Yankees play-by-play man, has made his way out, and there is some activity behind us, Roma, as some of the officials taking part in today's ceremony continue to make their way out. And I think the program is going to get underway in just a few moments.
Steve, we're looking at a picture of the mountains of confetti and trash that have just built up. I guess when it's in the air, it's called confetti, and some might even still call it ticker tape as it's coming down. But once it's on the ground, that is garbage.
There you go.
It's the job of the New York City Sanitation Department to clean it up. 2 years ago, it cost about $200,000 in overtime to attend to that mess. Took about 600 sanitation workers. I'm sure it'll be about the same this time around.
Well, now this place has a Yankee Stadium feel. That's Eddie Layton who's back, and that could mean only one thing. The program here at City Hall should be getting underway in just a moment or two as they continue to take their position here behind us.
We should point out the Yankees are no longer along the parade route. In fact, the parade is pretty much finished from what we understand, at least as far as Yankee fans are concerned. The Yankees are inside City Hall right now. They're just finishing up a lunch in their honor, at which time they will be walking outside the front steps there of City Hall to be honored by this wonderful crowd that is assembled on their behalf. This is Yankee Day in New York City. They will be receiving keys to the city from His Honor, Mayor Giuliani, who's got to be classified as the #1 Yankee fan of all time. He's done so much for this Yankee team.
That will change markedly if this team opts not to stay here. And I think that's an issue that's going to come front and center real soon. It has been, as you said, a love fest between the Yankees' principal owner, George, and the mayor of New York City. But all bets are off on their relationship and Rudy's affection for this franchise if this team opts not to spend the future here in New York. And that's a question that still has to be dealt with. We're only a couple of weeks away from that, perhaps, where a decision will be made. But you wonder how many days we have left here in New York City with the New York Yankees. Will it be forever, or is this all about to come to a screeching halt? The party outside City Hall, there you see, is pretty much coming to a halt. A lot of people now just doing whatever they can do to get a glimpse of the activity that'll take place here. The parade itself seems to have come to an end, and people just milling around, picking up mementos or two from their big day here in the city. That's a live shot of the podium. Sterling and Kay getting set to get the program underway and persons donned in Yankees jerseys standing by at attention. And the Yankees should be out in just a few moments. A lot of players to introduce. Standing just a few feet from us, Roma, is actually El Duque's translator. I'm going to try to get a few words in with him shortly. But Orlando Hernandez, just one of the great stories, and it's been an international story with this Yankee team. So much was made of it.
Television in New York.
Parade route for the first time, but you can see here the DOT and the police department down here fighting a losing battle. Some of these guys literally standing knee-deep in paper and ticker tape. We'll keep an eye on things. We'll let you know when this parade moves out. Roz?
All right, just about time to kick off. Do not change that dial. The Bombers have taken over Battery Park City. They're ready for the ride up Broadway.
We have reporters, of course, scattered throughout the parade route. Lara Spencer, one of them, she's toward the beginning of the parade route. Lara?
Rob, can we just talk about the stud factor here? I know you're not concerned about it, but I know Roz is. I actually think there are more women than men at this parade clawing at each other to try to get a look at these most adorable Yankees. Earlier we went out, we tried to find out who the favorite Yankee was. We heard Bernie Williams, Shane Spencer, Andy Pettit, but you know, in my heart, there's just no one sweeter than Mr. Derek Jeter, and they are down the road. I can almost see them. I think I might be screaming as loud as the women here when they come by. We are that close. The Yankees will come up here, I'm hoping, within about 25 minutes. They're still back a ways. I think John Del Giorno told you they're in buses. Let's check out what's going on a little bit further up Broadway, the Canyon of Heroes. You can see the toilet paper flying, Michelle Charlesworth being bombarded. How you doing, Michelle?
No donuts up here as Sandra got knocked in the head, but we're covered with ticker tape down here. We got the brooms. They're going to be needing those later. Everybody's got their brooms out. There's one guy over here who, is he coming? His face is all painted. Oh, look. Come here, love. This guy got out here at 9 o'clock last night, and he's coming, I swear. Look at him. Turn around. Are you the #1 Yankee fan?
Yes.
Is this exactly what the Yankees deserve? All of us lining up here to cheer them on?
That's right. They deserve it all the way.
Yeah. I can't believe you got out here at 9 last night.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
You got a good spot. You better get back out there and get it. I think I'm going to Joe Torres a couple of blocks that way. Joe? No.
Should I keep talking, Michelle? I guess I should. Let me show you something here. Call it Creative Spectating 101 New York style. Over my left shoulder here, these people, they've taken the police barriers and made a crisscross out of them, and they're standing on top of them to get a good vantage point. And then across the street, Frank, if we can show over there, well, they're off now. Some people were on the Bell Atlantic payphones to see what they can do there. And then naturally, as you go up and down the Canyon of Heroes, you've got the people who are still in their offices looking out the windows. They, of course, may have the best vantage point from a view point of view. Of course, they won't hear all the excitement, or perhaps maybe they will. That's why we're wearing these headphones, so that we can hear you guys. Let's go back to Roz and Rob. We'll keep you posted. We're, again, a little further up on the parade route. As things come our way, we'll let you know.
You're on top of one of our trucks, right, Joe?
Absolutely. It's a safe vantage point, by the way.
Stay there. Stay there for your own safety. Thank you to all. Darryl Strawberry, of course. You know, Lara was talking about the stud factor and everything, but Darryl Strawberry, heart and soul, an incredible inspiration to this team.
Scotty mentioned at the top, he's there somewhere, perhaps. And he couldn't play during the postseason because of his battle with colon cancer. But ask the Yanks, and they will tell you his spirit was with them every step of the way.
Russ, there's one man to thank for Darryl Strawberry that the Yankees can thank. It's George Steinbrenner, the boss. When George Steinbrenner opted to give Darryl Strawberry yet one more chance in baseball after so many successes and then so many failures, most Yankee fans thought the boss was off. Way off. But Steinbrenner believed in Darryl. Darryl was clean and sober. His family life was being solidified. He was working out his tax problems. As it turns out, Strawberry has been not only an example for the rest of the Yanks, but an inspiration as well. Spencer Tillman joins us live with more on Darryl and his latest battle. Spencer?
You bet, Scotty. Having played for world championship teams, I can tell you that there typically is a cause connected to great accomplishment. The 98 Yankees are no exception. And although this team was put together long before Darryl's illness came to the fore, Darryl's illness somehow galvanized this team, Scotty, in a way that no one singular goal could ever accomplish.
Even with the full count, a batter knows he'll live to swing another day. But Darryl Strawberry was not in the batter's box. He was in left field when it came to dealing with his cancer.
Once I was diagnosed with cancer, I think I kind of was
I was shocked to know that's exactly what it was at that point. But at the same time, I was kind of relieved because I knew from that point there, I was going to have to take care of it.
Losing weight at an unusual rate tipped Straw that something was terribly wrong. That he waited nearly 2 months to seek help may at first seem foolish, but team sports has a funny effect that way.
The team obviously was important to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. I think, a lot of times, people don't understand when you're a professional group of guys like we are, and you have something special. You never know if you get the chance to be on a team like that.
Indeed, the Yankees have turned in the rarest of performances in a most unusual year in baseball. That is mixed with the touch of tragedy, in a way, sets the stage for triumph.
And just like that, the Yankees take a 5-3 eighth-inning lead.
Meantime, Strawberry is well on his way to recovery. Not asking why me, but why not me? He knows his athletic skill does not exempt him from trial. Darryl is not completely out of the woods yet, but doctors believe they have successfully removed all signs of cancer. Chemotherapy follows. And with any luck, number 39 could be back in a Yankee uniform next season. In the meantime, he continues to battle.
This is a great challenge for me. I mean, it's a bigger challenge than hitting the home run, a bigger challenge than playing in the World Series. But, I enjoy facing those type of challenges in my life, and I truly enjoy the fact that I'm able to face this one because, most people would say, well, how can you enjoy it? Because you have to, because the fact is, if you don't, you're going to lay down and go into some type of depression, and you're not going to feel good about yourself, and you're not going to be able to defeat this type of disease.
He truly is something special, and if there is a connection between emotional state and recovery, Darryl Strawberry should be just fine. And Tommy here wants to have a message for Darryl and all of the rest of the Yankees. Hey, Tommy.
Go Yankees!
All right, there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love here. Scotty, back to you.
All right, Spencer, thank you. Just one footnote about Darryl Strawberry. Joe Torre told me back in '96, in the World Series in 1996, it was between Darryl Strawberry or Cecil Fielder who was going to be playing. Darryl was hitting the ball pretty well. Cecil was not. And Joe Torre says that Darryl came to him and said, Skip, let Cecil play. I can handle it. I can handle sitting. That's what Darryl Strawberry has transformed himself to, and transcended himself from being an arrogant young man with the Yankees or the Mets and being a big hitter, and now what he's become with the New York Yankees.
Class act.
Class act.
How amazing that he's looking at this as a challenge and not anything else.
Just another battle, just another hurdle to jump.
Oh, guys, look at that live picture. We are not very far away from the starting off point. Look at the confetti, the ticker tape, the flags, the people, the din of the crowd. My.
It's already starting. We're expecting 1 million, maybe more, down there at the Canyon of Heroes for this Yankee parade. We're going to take a quick break. They're ready to step off. You can see the horses there. We'll be right back for the beginning in just a moment.
All right, and as you can hear, the parade getting set to get underway in New York City, and we here on ESPN News will be bringing you live coverage throughout the day, courtesy of our sister station, WABC Television in New York. The Yankees having won their 24th World Series championship, sweeping the San Diego Padres in 4 consecutive games after dispatching of the Indians in the ALCS in 6, sweeping the Rangers in 3 straight games in the American League Divisional Series. We'll take a short time out here. We'll come back with more coverage on ESPN News. We're back on ESPN News with our continuing coverage of the New York Yankees World Championship Celebration Parade live from Manhattan and New York City. We take you to the coverage of our sister station, WABC TV.
Right where the Yankee players are just now coming in, they're getting onto the floats. We see David Cohn. We see a lot of other people. The mayor is right around here shaking hands with the ball players at each of the respective floats. I think one of the neatest things from 2 years ago is noting that the young ball players that are just now coming out and getting on the float, they are really wide-eyed. They have never really seen anything like this. And I'm talking about the young kids, Shane Spencer and all, even David Wells for that matter. This is a really neat opportunity for them, and they actually are looking like they're really enjoying this as they're getting on the floats here. So we are at the start of the parade. I'm in a horse-drawn carriage with Freddie the Fan, and so we'll be making our way, making that big turn coming around. So as we get started with the parade here. It's just about to get kicked off as now all the players are coming to what are looking to be 3, maybe 4 floats that will be carrying the Yankee players through this parade. Back to you there in studio.
What a great thrill. Thank you, Bill Evans. In the parade today. We'll pick him out of there and all that commotion sooner or later and get a good shot of him. Let's go high above to Newscopter 7. I believe this may be one of our pictures. John Del Giorno is right there watching for the very beginning of this parade. John?
Well, that's right, Rob. The players have gotten off the buses, and these are a look at the floats that are sitting in Battery Park right now, ready to roll up Broadway. They are, as Bill said, taking their positions on the float. Everyone is ready to move out here and move north on Broadway. We're still waiting for the police department to make the initial move out. You can see as we come across here, Battery Park, and look north up Broadway, that there are still a lot of people down here. The marching band is here right at the top of Battery Park. They have not moved yet. It seems to be a concerted effort now by the police department and by DOT to clear this route of ticker tape that has already fallen. You can see the trees here in Battery Park completely draped with toilet paper already, and that continues for 10 blocks north all the way up to City Hall. As we said before, snow plows are trying to clear out this route. We've seen workers with leaf blowers down there trying to get it out of the way. They're just trying to clear a route right now. That's the reason why this parade is just running a few minutes late. We're live over Battery Park. John Del Giorno, Newscopter 7.
Over exuberance, huh, John? Thank you.
A little bit, but if it keeps falling like this, we're going to see a lot of ticker tape by the end of the parade.
Certainly will. Thank you, John Del Giorno aboard the helicopter. What's the Tom Petty song? The waiting is the hardest part?
Well, I'm into this, so it has like started. I am there. As we watch, I want you to help me find the horse. The Post had a thing on parade facts today, and one of the most interesting ones, they tell you how many snow blowers will be there and how many brooms will be, but they say somewhere in that mass is a horse wearing a Yankee jersey. Now, I'm checking out all the horses. If you see the one in the Yankee jersey, please let me know. It's courtesy of Modell's.
We're taking some other shots here. We might be able to pick it out.
That's not the one.
That's not the one. Anyway, we'll look for that and much more. We have so many more stories to tell you about this New York Yankee team and the parade as our special coverage continues right here on ABC 7. Stay with us.
All right, and once again, you are watching live coverage courtesy of our sister station, WABC TV. This is ESPN News. I'm Mike Greenberg in the ESPN Newsroom. You're looking at a live shot of Manhattan, New York City, where the New York Yankees World Championship Parade is about to begin. The Yankees having won their 24th World Series championship the other night in San Diego. We'll take a short timeout, come back with our continuing coverage right here on ESPN News. Welcome back to ESPN News live coverage of the New York Yankees World Championship Celebration Parade from Manhattan, New York. We are taking the coverage courtesy of our sister station, WABC TV in New York. The parade just getting set to get underway, and once again, we take you to WABC TV coverage.
It's New York City. It's a Big Apple celebration that you can only find in a big, faboo city like this.
Exactly. You know, Roz, I heard this morning about 7, 8 o'clock, the ticker tape started falling. People were throwing stuff out of the windows. And John Del Giorno tells us from Newscopter 7 that that's one of the reasons this parade is a little slow in taking off. They actually have to clear the path now to run the parade. Let's go to Michelle Charlesworth. She is along the parade route, right in the middle of it all. Michelle?
I'm out here chatting with everybody, all the biggest Yankee fans. These guys came here early this morning. It's their first ticker tape. What was your reaction when they won?
It was a great feeling. It was very good. Very good.
Did you have to think twice about coming here today?
No.
No way.
No way.
When did you decide?
The same day they clinched.
Can I get a crazy sweep, sweep?
Sweep, sweep!
We got more fans over here. These are my favorite little guys. They're from Jersey City. We got a Jeter fan. Let's see the cheek. And we got a Strawberry fan. Let's see the cheek. Where are you guys supposed to be right now?
School.
Is this fun, though?
Yeah.
Are you glad you're here?
Yes.
Whose idea was it to come?
His.
Yeah, he made you get up real early this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have to think twice about this? When did you decide to come?
No, we decided last week. We knew the Yankees would take it. Sweep, sweep.
You knew it?
Yeah, we knew it all the way since last week.
I love it. Thanks, you guys. Have fun today.
Go Yankees! Number one!
We'll toss it back to you guys.
Michelle Charlesworth, thanks. You know, they could use those brooms out on the street, we're told, down at the very beginning of the parade route to kind of clear the route.
I got to hold this up. The Times this morning in a special section. By the way, I happen to love this particular picture of the Yankees. They ought to sell this because I would buy one. But more importantly, it says, a team for all time. Some people are reluctant to say they're the greatest ever. I'm not, but then I don't know that much about the game. I just get into it when they win like this. Scotty, are you reluctant to say they are the greatest ever?
I don't think anybody who wants to give a good indication of who is the best, you can't really do it. You can't compare one team to another team because they happened at different times, they had different characters, there were different situations. It was, you see the greatest teams of all time, just an example, the Cubs in 1906, they won 118 games and they lost the World Series. All right, so they didn't win it all. The Yankees at 27 are one of the great all-time teams, Murderers Row, 114 wins. They had the second best percentage, and the Yankees are right up there. I know I talked to Derek Jeter after the World Series was wrapped up, and I said, Derek, can you consider this one of the best teams of all time? And he said, well, I'm not going to say that we are the best team of all time, but I'll tell you this, we're the only team that won 125 games. I mean, they were 125 and 50. He says, you can leave that up to everybody else. And David Cohn says, we'll leave it up to the pundits. That was his special phrase for all of us who just are going to compare them to the other teams, the 70 Reds. Sure. Oakland A's won 3 straight in the 70s as well. All the great teams, but the Yankees have a great argument for being the best team of all time for 1998, and a dynasty still building.
It's a wealthy team, too. I mean, some of these guys on the Yankees make as much money as some other teams' entire payrolls.
Some do, but then the Orioles have a bigger payroll than the Yankees as well.
Yeah, didn't help them.
Guys, here we go.
All right.
They're taking their first steps. John Del Giorno.
Huh? Yeah, it looks like they have just begun to move out. Yes, we're seeing this live just as this parade begins to move out of Battery Park. The police cars have moved. Now the mounted police have moved. The motorcycle cops, those are already about halfway up Broadway. And we're seeing the color guard here just begin to march out of Battery Park. We can come back down now and you'll see the procession that's going to lead its way up Broadway. The first marching band now marching out of Battery Park. That will be followed by convertibles with various dignitaries, to be followed by the floats with the Yankee players on board. So this ticker tape parade, 1998 world champion New York Yankees. This parade is officially underway. Rob, Ross?
John, that should be the Brian McMahon Senators marching band you see lined up there, the color guard in front of them. They're probably going to start and stop and start and stop as they try to get this thing rolling, don't you think?
Yeah, I would think so. However, we got a good look up Broadway, almost up as far as City Hall now. Those snow plows have made their way up through the crowd and cleared a pretty good wide path here so that everyone can march their way up through this. So I think we're in good shape here. I think we are officially underway.
Officially underway, and not a moment too soon. Scotty, when you sit here and you look at this unfolding again, do you still find it amazing that twice in 3 years we're like having the time of our lives?
Yeah, they are. But the nucleus has been set with this team. The nucleus has been here for this team to be able to be so successful, and Steinbrenner is the man who's responsible for bringing this team together, and he's brought the other championships together in the 70s, 77, 78. He did it with the free agency. This time he's done it with more homegrown kind of players as well as the free agents. He's done a great job, and we were talking about the parade here, and we mentioned David Wells getting ready to do it. He said 2 years ago when this parade started, he was going to just sit back. Oh, and there's Darryl Strawberry as we speak. Darryl Strawberry, yes, indeed, has made the parade. His wife, Charisse, is with him, and he's leading things off. Isn't that great to see Darryl in the car?
You know, we saw the couple of trucks there, a couple of press trucks, and that'll be followed by a car with John Sterling and Michael Kay. And then, Scott, we wait for the Yankee trophy float. That'll be the first Yankee float which comes through, and I just can't imagine what this crowd is going to do when they see that.
They'll go wild. And I was going to mention David Wells, because he said that he just sat back and took it all in. He was smart about it. He took it all in 96.
There it is. There they are.
And they're going to take it all in.
The Kings today.
Hey, we are underway. Isn't that beautiful? The World Series championship trophy. 24 of those of the New York Yankees.
This includes the mayor, Joe Torre, Brian Cashman, coaches Hal Steinbrenner, Steve Swindle, and Hank Steinbrenner, among others. And we can look real close, as Scott is, at our monitors.
There's the mayor, the #1 Yankee fan, Rudolph Giuliani.
His lucky hat.
And I'm wondering if anybody from Cablevision is there, because Steinbrenner, there's been rumors that he may sell this team to Cablevision, and the rumors continue to grow even more now since the Yankees won the World Series, because the worth of this team, which is extravagant right now, probably would be the most expensive
There's
team.
the man, Mr. Steinbrenner. I saw another side of him when they won Game 4. He's awfully tough. He's awfully strong, but he like missed it up, and it made me just like him even more, Scotty.
He has softened, and he won't admit to that, maybe sometimes, but he has softened, and he enjoys this championship and the one 2 years ago more than they ever enjoyed the ones, I think, back in the 70s, in 77 and 78.
Donald Trump also on that double-decker bus there. Let's go right to Lara Spencer. The parade is just beginning to go past her. Lara?
It is absolutely the best thing I have ever experienced. I was here 2 years ago, and this might be bigger and better. The crowd is going out of control. The parade is coming right by me. I can almost touch it. I'm so excited. I can't control myself. As you saw Darryl Strawberry a couple of moments ago, the crowd went crazy. I went crazy. Look at this. The city is raining toilet paper. I love New York. Let's check up a little further on Broadway. Michelle Charlesworth is standing by, hopefully having as much fun. She's too busy.
Okay, she mentioned Darryl Strawberry. Thank you, Lara. She mentioned Darryl Strawberry. And, you know, I was reading that as soon as, once again, they won Game 4, Derek Jeter and a few of the guys got on the phone and called him, and they were all together to celebrate. They weren't in the same room, but they were connected. And that tells you this is an extraordinary team in terms of they seem to check the egos at the door.
Exactly.
It's all for one and one for all. And these are men who are playing this game that all adults and children can look up to.
Scott, was it when they won the pennant, when Joe Torre said, this one's for you, Darryl?
They've all said that as they've gone along, but Joe Torre called this team full of inner conceit. I thought that was interesting. He says they're full of inner conceit. And it's not that they're overconfident. He says they are just so driven to winning. And Strawberry got a chant after the World Series clincher in Game 4. They chanted two names. The first was Darryl Strawberry in the clubhouse after they won it, and then for Scott Brocious, the most valuable player.
You just saw there the All-City High School marching band as it passes by. Now we've got another picture here live of the parade route as they make their way up Broadway in the Canyon of Heroes.
Scott, you talk about Scott Brocious. I remember at the beginning of the final set of games, he said, you know, I don't consider myself a great player. It's just that I do a lot of things really well. Well, I have news for you, Mr. Brocious. In my humble opinion, you are among the best.
He is among the best this year, that's for sure. And, you know, he's a free agent coming up here, too.
What
so
does that mean?
that means that this season is over and Scott Brocious is up for grabs from anybody. He's already filed for free agency along with Bernie Williams already.
I've heard some say, though, that he may be the one that will stay with the Yankees because his spirit is here, maybe more so than Bernie.
Well, I don't know if there's anybody closer to the Yankees than Bernie Williams as far as spirit is concerned. This guy signed with the Yankees when he was 16 years old. He has an agent by the name of Scott Boras, who may have something to say about that. We're looking at the man right in the middle there is Al Trautwig, who has called the play-by-play for the Yankees on Madison Square Garden Network throughout the season, the last couple of years. There's Darren Holmes, one of the reserve pitchers. They all contribute. Joe Girardi, I think, is up there with sunglasses. See him? Joe Girardi, a special catcher, and Joe Torre said this is going to be a manager in the making right here. Joe Torre said that Girardi is just one of those people, and Jorge Posada, you can call him Jorge, you can call him George, but no one has to call him Posada. But Jorge, they work together, again, like you were talking about, Raj, just a team effort. They work together, whoever's out there pitching, Pettit pitches, then it's going to be Girardi behind the plate, or Cone. Wells pitches, it's going to be Posada. El Duque pitches, send anybody out there that you want. He just let him pitch.
That was the second Yankee flow to this parade. The starting pitchers, the catchers, the bullpen crew on board. Scotty, kind enough to point out all those faces to us. Let's go upstairs to John Del Giorno. He's in the newscopter with more for us. John?
Well, Rob, as if it wasn't hard enough in the first place to pick out who exactly is in these cars from 1,500 feet where we are, now with the ticker tape falling, forget about it. It has completely blurred out the street. Barely see down to the bottom. How much ticker tape and toilet paper and anything else that's white and can float has started pouring out the windows. This now stretches, the parade itself stretches about halfway up to City Hall, and there is still...
Unfortunately, we've added a little bit of our own snow to that report from John Del Giorno. We'll get that signal in a little clearer, but what pictures, Roz, as it continues to rain down.
And it won't be long before we see what is item number 29 on our fact sheet, which is the Yankee float. And believe me, if we think that we have seen cheering and happiness and pandemonium, when that float rolls into our screen...
Guess who's on that one? That'll be the infielders. The infielders.
You see Tino Martinez. Well, we just come back up front here, but in the back of this float, Tino Martinez is in the shades up back by the Yankee sign. Luis Sojo, I understand, is also back in there, and we have, here we come. See Tino back in the back right there. Scott Brocious over on the left there. Scott Brocious with the sunglasses over on the left, and who else do we have in there? But I don't know, but they're photogenic, aren't they?
Jeter should be in there somewhere, shouldn't he?
I see Bush in the middle of it, too. That speedster Bush, Homer Bush. Here's a guy who was with San Diego. He came over here in the Arabu deal, all right? He was the player to be named later. So he came over here and just won himself a world championship, that's all.
All right, now we're able to take it right back up to the front of the parade and the trophy float as it makes its way up Broadway.
All right, Scotty, you have to correct me because I'm a little lost here. The team is spread out over several floats. Scotty, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, so they will not all be on one. That's why we saw...
No, they won't, because you see the mayor back in this one right here. He's just in back of the gold shiny stuff. That's what I call that.
Gold shiny stuff. Okay.
You see the mayor back in there with the Yankee cap on.
And you have seen Scott Brocious.
Yes,
all right.
I saw Brocious along with the Tina Martinez float.
Lara wants to let us know that she has seen Derek Jeter. Apparently, he might be passing her right now. Lara?
As we speak, Derek Jeter, nothing sweeter. The float of infielders just went back. Scott Brocious got a rousing ovation as the float went by. Paul O'Neill was on it. People are absolutely going insane, and the players seem to be having just as much fun. They're reaching out. They're trying to touch people. It is such a special event. Unbelievable. Back to you guys in the studio. Had to share that.
Thank you. We're glad that you did.
The NYPD marching band will be somewhere behind that float that has the infielders on it. And then the next float that comes along, I believe, the next Yankee float we'll see, Roz, we'll have the outfielders and the trainers aboard. And look at the sight here.
We know that there are an awful lot of children in that crowd today. And I just wonder how many of them are fantasizing that one day they'll be good enough to be a part of something like this.
There's the mayor right now. He's the mayor on the float. We are the champs. We are the champions.
Scotty, did you ever play the game?
I did play the game, not much of it. Golf was my game, but I did play some baseball until I kept putting my foot in the bucket, though. That means that I was scared when they threw those fastballs high and tight.
I see.
So I used to just admire them from a distance. There's George Steinbrenner, the boss, with Donald Trump leading the way.
There's Michelle Charlesworth. She is standing right down there in the crowd. That's the trophy float right there. And let's just watch it happen.
Like hired hands there with that trophy case, don't they? Believe me, those aren't players. Chris Chambliss. Chris Chambliss there in the shades in the bottom left right there going by. Chambliss saw some World Series championships, and he was one of the heroes. And also the general manager, the man just waving right there, is Brian Cashman.
Followed by the governor.
How about some heady stuff of 31 years old and becoming the Yankees general manager, and then a year later you come and win a world championship.
There's shots at him out at Qualcomm Stadium. Thumbs up, you know, to Brocious.
Yep, there's the boss and Trump going by again.
These are the buses which are right behind the trophy float as they make their way up Broadway. We brought you further up Broadway to show you how the parade is developing. And you can see now that, well, that's not ticker tape, that's not confetti, that's just big hunks of paper, Rob.
That's because they're officially, as we know, there is no ticker tape anymore.
Hopefully
the machines are gone.
Hopefully they're not tossing donuts anymore
no,
either.
But whatever, if it'll fly, they're tossing it. Look at that.
Listen to the sound. It's incredible.
Like they're running to get a shot. See in the forefront there? They see one place and then they go run to get another good angle. It looks like it reminds me of a golf tournament when you see people just running from one position to another position to try to get a shot of it.
Louder.
Exactly. Yes, it's be a lot louder. Well said.
The rules of conduct have been thrown out here.
You know how loud a marching band is, Scott. You've been to enough of these, and we can barely hear them over the din of the crowd.
Well, you know, you were talking about all the confetti. I mean, we've had transmissions hurt by rain and by snow, but I've never seen us break up a transmission because of confetti. But I think we just saw it the last time we saw John Del Giorno.
The first time. The trucks you see there that say sanitation on them, by the way, those aren't there to clean up. Those are holding reporters, members of the press. I don't know if that's a tongue-in-cheek gesture from the mayor's office or not.
Police commissioner.
Oh, yeah. Howard Safer. There he is.
Another fan.
I understand they're expecting, we had close to an estimated 2 million 2 years ago. 2 million people just watching this parade from the Canyon of Heroes leading up to City Hall. And they're estimating they're even going to have more than that this year, that it's going to be a bigger crowd this year.
Oh, they were talking 30 deep earlier, Scott, but it looks like there's more than 30 deep right there on both sides of the parade route.
Michelle Charlesworth, along the parade route, what can you share with us?
Oh, we're having a good time out here. You guys just saw who go by? Joe Torre's family, right?
Joe Torre's family. Joe Torre's the man. He'll live forever in New York. Joe Torre, the New York Yankees, everybody. I drove 2.5 hours from Philadelphia to come here today, and I'm living. 4:30 in the morning. 4:30 in the morning to drive here.
That's great.
3 hours in the
Who are you guys looking for today? Who do you want to see?
I want to see Derek Jeter. He's the man.
Derek Jeter.
Derek Jeter. He's the man.
How about you?
All about Jeter. It's all about Jeter, baby. I want to see the Yankees.
You guys realize last time they did this was 1950. Last time anybody swept was 1950, and it was the Yankees. I'm going to toss it back to you guys.
The Yankees are number one. The Yankees.
Hire those guys.
They are fired up.
Hire those guys.
They are fired up. They would have driven 5, 10 hours if they had to. It doesn't really matter. You know, we're also going to see coming up, as this parade continues to leave Battery Park, the Yankee grounds crew. And they've always brought so much spirit to the home games, haven't they, Scott?
With the YMCA?
Oh, yeah.
I saw more flashballs from cameras go off during that stretch when they come out to do the YMCA than I saw. Well, the opening pitch was maybe the most poignant as far as the flashballs. But then when the grounds crew came out for the YMCA, that's when all the flashballs go off as well.
And you know they'll be doing their thing when they come down here. Look at that.
How nice it must be to live along the Canyon
Exactly.
of Heroes until all that confetti washes into your living room. John Del Giorno, is that your camera?
Is our camera, Roz. We're looking at the marching band that led this parade just now moving into City Hall Park. Now, you guys were talking about this crowd being 30 deep. Why don't we try a solid block in either direction? We've climbed up now to 2,000 feet, and we're directly overhead this parade, and we can see crowds down the side street, wall-to-wall people, a block on either side of it with ticker tape flowing. This ticker tape parade has not only taken over Broadway, it has taken over the entire neighborhood. The marching band that led the parade now moving into City Hall Park. The first floats now beginning to move into City Hall Park as well. This parade's not even half done, but it is quite a party down there. Rob, Russ?
John, thanks. That was, we're looking right now at the 4th Yankee float. That was Paul O'Neill that we just saw the picture of right up at the front.
Right.
Scott can probably
Stuart
pick out.
Gershon we see on that float, and there was a young man. Tim Raines waving right there.
Timmy.
And Bernie Williams. See Bernie Williams? This may be his last hurrah here as a New York Yankee as he waves to the New York faithful. This we may have seen the last of Bernie baseball in pinstripes, because he is going to test a free agent market, and judging from the way Joe Torre was conducting his comments, it was, as we see Joe Girardi waving to the fans, it doesn't look real good for Bernie Williams coming back. I mean, his whole life has been with the Yankees as far as baseball is concerned, but now we have to, I think we just saw El Duque right there, didn't we?
Did we?
So, yeah.
If you see him again, let me know, because I missed him in that shot. It wasn't long
El Duque
enough.
in that float. And that's Tim Raines, I think, right there. Let's see if we... You know, Tim was wearing a leather coat earlier on. That is Tim.
Scott, as far as Bernie goes, is it just going to come down to money?
I don't know if it will or not. I think that as we look at Paul O'Neill there, and boy, what a story Paul O'Neill has been. He is... when he came from the Cincinnati Reds, and he came for Roberto Kelly, it was the best deal that Gene Michael ever made, I think, with the New York Yankees as general manager, because O'Neill has come here, and he was a career .265 hitter, and then he comes to the New York Yankees and does nothing but hit .300 and play a great right field and just give blood and guts all the time.
Of all the players on this team, Scott, just from me watching at home and once in a while at the park, he seems to take it most seriously when he's at the plate and he doesn't produce a hit and get on base.
Yes, they have a water cooler graveyard in the Yankees tunnel for Paul O'Neill, and he takes it out on them. Well, that's a nice float, isn't it? With their rotating Yankee baseball.
This may be the relievers, Scott.
I understand Jeff Nelson is on this float as well. And Jeff Nelson, see Graham Lloyd without the hat. He's waving right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's the pride of Australia. And Mariano Rivera.
All right.
There he is.
There he is.
Mariano.
Now, this is the closer, right?
This is the closer.
All right,
and this is the one who had boy, is he enjoying this. He had such a tough time last year, although he said, I pitched a good pitch against Sandy Alomar against the Cleveland Indians back in the division series, but he gave up the home run that helped to push the Yankees out of the playoffs last year. But he was bound and determined to come back again. As we see Jeff Nelson, there's Mariano Rivera, to come back again and prove himself to be the dominant closer. He did this year, and then all he did in the postseason was just shut everybody down. Didn't allow an earned run. I mean, he was just amazing in the postseason.
Dominance.
That is the final Yankee float. They've divided up the team. That float contains the relief pitchers and the support staff.
And Mike Stanton is beside him, just leaning down right there in the Yankees jacket. But Mariano Rivera, I mean, Scott Brocious was the most valuable player in that World Series. But my vote for most valuable player for the entire postseason would be that man right there, because Rivera got it done. He closed the door each and every time. He made it exciting, like Wetland did back in '96 at times, but when he needed to do it, like when he got rid of Jim Leyritz with the bases loaded in the final game, I mean, he was on it.
I heard that his wife couldn't even watch at that point, Scott, that she had turned her head and could not watch. And Marguerite Torrey said, "Oh, come on, you have to at least turn around and look, have a little faith in your husband."
You have
and
to.
Certainly he produced.
Can we talk just a moment about the Yankee logo, the most recognizable baseball logo in the world? And because the Yankees won the series, the people who are producing the paraphernalia, the gloves, the hats, everything with the Yankee logo on it, they are getting rich because the demand nationally as well as internationally supersedes any other winners in the last several years. So
yeah, you can go anywhere in the country and see
logo,
Yankee hats.
that's right, is big.
And find Yankee fans. Look at this team as they make their way up the Canyon of Heroes during the Yankee Parade.
Seems like the guys with the best spots on this float are the guys who don't play. And they may be great organizational men, but
you noticed
they don't play the game. I guess they're the posterity boys. They're getting the shots from the cameras and trying to take it all in here. But the players have secondary positions here.
Looks like a snowstorm there. Let's go to Sandra Bookman. She joins us live from alongside the parade route. Sandra?
Yes. Hey, guys. Right there in our answers of court with Derek Jeter, Tito Martinez. You can hear the crowd going absolutely wild.
Derek Jeter.
You know, I think
Tito Martinez just went by.
They're so electric, it knocked out her wireless microphone there.
We are the broadcast interpreters.
Yes.
Guys, it is so loud down there. Her microphone may have been fine, but the cheering may have washed her voice away.
Especially when that float goes by.
You're right, Roz. When you see that logo,
oh, man.
you know.
And, you know, throughout the world, I was in the rainforest last year. There were little kids running around in the rainforest with Yankee jerseys on. And Mickey Mouse was there, too. It just goes to show you there are some logos that just, you know, everywhere you go.
Everywhere. Look at this guy. He's waiting.
There's a crow's nest, huh?
Bill Evans is on the phone, and hopefully he is in an enclosed area so that we can hear what he has to say. Billy.
Hey, Raj, I'm about as enclosed as the ocean.
Oh, dear.
We're here about to make the turn onto Broadway. I've been in hurricanes of less noise.
Hey, Bill.
It's really loud, but ticker tape, or I guess you could say everything that's streaming in the form of what would be ticker tape, heavily coming down onto the street. We're here with Freddie the Fan. Of course, Freddie the Fan is the gentleman that always has the big pan with the spoon that everyone loves to bang on at the Yankee game or wherever Freddie is appearing. So we're in this horse-drawn carriage that'll be making its way up Broadway in just a few minutes. we've been by the players much of the last half hour, and they have really been excited, as you've seen the pictures, as they come their way up Broadway through the Canyon of Heroes. So we're about to make our turn onto Broadway, and it is loud, loud, loud. And there's lots more to this parade back here. Lots of music and many more floats. We're right by the Budweiser Clydesdale.
And rest assured, we are efforting to locate you in that crowd. But
we'll show you these guys.
These are my guys.
The Ansky boys there.
Where's the guy that says, I don't want to be the K anymore?
He's the K.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Right. The second from the right.
Oh, okay.
He's the little guy. They used to hang. They would hang him down whenever Hideki Rabu or anybody threw a strikeout. And he didn't want to be the K-man anymore, but I guess he doesn't mind today, does he?
Not today.
And the guy with the S, of course, taking over the duties for David Cohn to keep that arm rested, huh? In the commercial.
Yeah.
Oh,
they'll never win the spelling bee.
Right.
But they've won the hearts of
They
Yankees.
have.
They have.
Yes, they have. Lara Spencer, what do you have for us?
I've got the Ansky boys. I know you just saw them, but up close, they're even more attractive. They are so much fun. This parade, this is sort of kind of the end. I thought I had the best position. Now I wish I was up further with everybody else. But this is still a great spot to be in. We're up close. Ansky guys, the Browns crew just came by. We got a little YMCA, and that made the crowd go nuts. Nobody's letting up yet. Still a lot of paper coming down, and it may be getting close to the end, but the energy is still wonderful. I'm starting to calm down. I know I was hyperventilating before. I apologize. Back to you guys in the studio. Go Ansky!
Well, you know, Lara, some people say the best is still yet to come. There's a really fabulous ceremony that's planned for City Hall. So if you're a Tony Bennett fan, you know, have we got some more surprises for you? Are we going back to Sandra Bookman?
Let's go back to Sandra Bookman, see if we can bring her in. Sandra, last time we talked, the big float was going by.
We're having a great time, Rob. Listen, you can just about tell who's going by in the parade by just how loud the crowd is. Just a few minutes ago, the float with Derek Jeter and Tino Martinez went by, and these folks went absolutely wild. Just before that, Darryl Strawberry went by, and the crowd was absolutely out of control. I would hazard a guess that most of the people out here today are getting exactly what they paid for. Back to you in the studio.
And some of them paid that price by arriving last night to find a spot so that they could be in a prime area to watch them go by. What a sight.
What a sight indeed.
Derek Jeter has become a matinee item. I mean, he has become something else, and he is what most Yankees fans consider the once and future captain.
Now, he started his baseball career in '96, right?
That he's in line. This young man has so much for the Yankees that he is going to be the captain. The last captain the Yankees had was Don Mattingly, and they haven't had one since. And they have not named Derek Jeter the captain, but they do, I think, plan to make him the man to be the running line through these Yankees to come for the years to come.
Well, he took on new dimensions when I watched him at the plate. I had read, you know, that he strikes a nice profile, and it's very true. Without getting into details, it's a good gene pool, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the bottom line,
the
right?
bottom line,
That's
my
right.
Oh
dear.
my, oh my. All right, let's go to Joe Torres. I think we all know where you're coming from. Joe Torres is out there too, Joe.
Hey, you guys, I can barely hear you, but let me just stick the microphone and show you the pictures. This is the second player boat coming by, and there goes some of your World Championship Yankees. Take a listen. You don't need me to tell you what's going on. You got Tino Martinez, I presume, with his son there in the back. And, you know, Scotty and Rob, you were talking about it earlier, about the high payroll that this team has. But you talk to some of the more loyal and dedicated Yankee fans, and they will tell you and remind you that a lot of these players came up through the Yankee farm system. And, relatively speaking, they're not making all the money yet. Players like Ricky Leday, Shane Spencer, these guys are getting it done. Does Ricky Leday does anyone have a sweeter swing than that young kid right now?
Right.
Shane Spencer hit some home runs that I don't think have come down yet. So the future for the Yankees certainly looks good. And Scott, you can certainly talk about that a little more. I'm going to take in some more of the parade as the players continue to go by. We're a little further north on the parade route. So that was just the first or second Yankee player float that went by. As more come by, we'll let you know. We'll show you the reaction here to the fans. It's a shame. A lot of them really can't see what's going on. The crowd is so deep that they're trying to climb whatever's available to get a bird's eye view, but I think they wouldn't be anywhere else right now. So that's the way it stands at this point. Back to you in the studio.
Joe Torres, thanks a lot. You know, I think Roz said it best, Scott, when she said they checked the egos at the door.
They did, and you just saw Bernie Williams on that float right there, and you think Bernie Williams, this is the first time he's hitting free agency. I mean, he's making over $8 million this past season from arbitration. And now he's going into free agency. Now it becomes a free open market. So he was the ultimate Yankee product who signed at age 16 and came in. It can go 10 to $12 million, and it goes beyond. And I imagine Bernie will be thinking about security.
Multi-year deals.
And the Yankee fans are only hoping that he believes there's a little pinstripe blood that's still churning there, that he may settle for a little lesser than what another team might give him so that he remains a Yankee.
Because last year, Huizenga blew up the Marlins right after they won.
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it?
It really is.
I mean, he bought a World Series team and then he got rid of it. I mean, so what he has to show for it is a trophy. That's
But you made a good point. They're not all making $8 million a year.
No.
The young bloods, the ones who are like,
Ricky Leday and
will they get a big boost? Will they get a big boost?
These players making, you know, $250,000 a year, $300,000 a year. I mean, that's no small coin when we look at each other and say, how are we doing?
No, it's not. But considering what the market will bear,
they stand on the field next to a guy
right there.
7 or 8 million.
Chad Curtis is up against the wall there. Chad Curtis, he's just a utility man, and he's re-signed with the Yankees this year. They like Chad Curtis just for what he brings. He'll do anything for you. He is an overachiever. He plays a good left field. He's a great fielder. He had a couple of problems with the bat as the season wore on into the playoffs. And that's why we didn't see as much of Chad Curtis, but we did see him in the divisional series and also in the league championship series. But Chad Curtis is still there.
Yeah, they're all smiles, Scott. Tell us a bit about, don't they get some type of bonus for having won the World Championship?
Yes, over $300,000 this year. It was bumped up a little over $100,000, I think. So, you know, back in the days of the Mantle and the Marises, they looked so forward to the World Series and winning the World Series because they made much more than they ever made during the year. And now it's basically, I guess you can really look at these guys and say they are playing for the trophy, because $300,000 to a man who makes $8 million is a little lesser than, let's say, doubling or tripling your salary in one.
But did they all get that $300,000?
Yes.
So even like a Leday, who's making like $250, $300, he doubled his salary just by being there.
He's loving life.
Yeah, he certainly is.
He's like a step. He's feeling like Mickey Mantle did back in the 60s, or just think of a lesser player back at that time.
Something
making $7,000.
Right.
Something that is priceless, however, gentlemen, the rings that they will wear.
That's all they talked about.
Yes, that's
After
all
the game, that's all they talked about. We've just talked about money for 15 minutes, and they never mentioned a dollar sign during this playoff series until we asked them about it. Understand? We have the relievers. There's Jeff Nelson in the back with the shades in the back. He's the tallest one there. Nelson had a great moment in this clinching Game 4 against San Diego, when they got the bases
a great time
loaded.
out here. So what do you think about the parade so far? Can you see anything?
Yes. Sandra's talking to somebody.
She is a fan.
Is right there.
What about you guys? Is it everything you expected?
Everything and more. Go Yankees!
Yankees rule!
Better than 2 years ago?
Yankees rule.
I take it you guys have permission to be out of school and out of work,
Yes,
right?
my teacher let me off today, my teacher. I was a good boy, did all my homework.
All right. You heard it from here. All of these people got notes from their parents. They got permission to be out here today, right? Okay.
That looks like Ramiro Mendoza talking with Jeff Nelson, too. And Mendoza, he just came in whenever they wanted him, whether it be starter, whether it be spot relief, whether it be extended relief. Mendoza just came in and got the job done. He just did it time and again. I was talking about Nelson, though, against Greg Vaughn, and he needed a big play, and he struck him out. Bases loaded. Game 4. Boom. See ya. Gone.
Yep.
You're out of here.
They did the job. They've done the job. Each and every one of them have collectively come together and just thought about winning as a team. A bunch of individuals coming together to play a team game, and they did it better than anybody else did.
I apologize. I wasn't paying attention at the beginning of the season. It just as they began to rack up wins, you got my attention. But I'm told that these gentlemen refuse to take no for an answer. They never let losses bend their spirit, bend their will. Would you agree?
I would agree, and their biggest test, you know, they'll tell you that their biggest test was against Texas when they swept the division series, but they said that's when they had the most pressure, because they said the pressure is off once you get to the World Series. The pressure is getting to the World Series. And I would submit that when they were down 2-1 to the Indians, that's when I saw the most character. And El Duque, Orlando Hernandez, came out in Game 4 and just dominated the Cleveland Indians, and that, they will tell you, was also the turning point for them in that series. El Duque's Game 4, that turned things around and kept them on the path. But they'll tell you the division series was the toughest for them. Pressure-wise.
Great story. Hernandez reunited with his family from Cuba. He, of course, got out of Cuba and then joined the Yankees this year and goes all the way to the World Series.
Cunningham made the parade.
Exactly.
I want to be a part of it. New York, New York.
Look at this seat. Wouldn't that be a great place to watch this from?
My gosh, I thought they were just sitting out on a ledge for a minute. I thought, get those people off of there, please.
Now, do you guys know horses? I'm told that there are some Clydesdales in this parade. Are those Clydesdales?
Trying to look down at their hoofs to see if they're prairie. I think that's close. I mean, yes, those are Clydesdales.
They are Clydesdales.
Yeah,
all right. And they pull beer trucks?
Yes, they do.
All right.
That thing right there.
Right. Joe Torres, you're on the parade route. What can you tell us?
It's a little quieter now because one of the floats just went by with Bernie Williams, Paul O'Neill up front waving the broom, and obviously the crowd went nuts. Let us show you some of the fans that have gathered around here, and let me tell you what they said when we were talking to them earlier. We asked, is it any sweeter that the Yankees won the championship in a 4-game sweep? And we got some very knowledgeable answers in the form that people were telling us it just adds validity that this team was destined to win this year. 114 wins in the regular season, as you've heard by now. But by winning 4 in a row and not giving the Padres any chance whatsoever, all the fans, and most of them told us, that just goes to show you that it was going to happen. Really, the Padres had no chance. So by winning it in 4, yes, it does. In fact, make it taste a little bit better. That's it for now. Another float comes by. We'll show it to you. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Joe. The only downfall of that was that they were out of town, Scott. But you were there with them, so.
Yes, we were with them when they got the sweep, and they said that they'd just rather get it done. They can bring the trophy home. It's very easy, and they can have the parade just like they're having today. You mentioned the 1927 Yankees, Murderers Row with Ruth and Gehrig and the like. They also swept. They are going to be really compared, as the Ansky boys come through here, they're going to be compared, I think, more with the 27 Yankees because they were such great teams, both of them, and the Yankees also swept in 27, and now the Yankees do in 1998. 1909 Pirates, who had a big percentage, a 717 percentage just above the Yankees. They needed 7 in the World Series. So there are little things that you look at, and the comparisons will go on and on. The debates will go on, and you just won't come up with an answer. But you certainly can enjoy the New York Yankees for their accomplishment this year.
Scott, is this going to eclipse the '96 club?
I don't think it will eclipse it. I think it will just extend what we could call a building dynasty here. It depends. We'll have to see how it plays out, to see how the Yankees continue and what their success will be as the years continue. You're talking to Roz about that horse, man.
There it is. There's my horse. I didn't want to cut you off, but he is in full Yankee regalia, and my eyes. We see Bill Evans. There he is, the man with the cell phone in his ear, yellow jacket, waving.
There he is.
I can see him anytime.
Down here.
Bill,
There's nothing like it. It is so loud.
Turn around.
Turn around. Paper coming out of here. And thousands. We're talking about 15, 16 rows deep on both sides here as we come onto Broadway. And it is absolutely stunning. Beautiful day. Boy, is the crowd so revved up for this parade. It is just a joyous scene. There's not one frown in the house. Everything absolutely gorgeous. We're right here, ready to fan. And as we make our way, we're going to keep going up through the canyon. So it is a great picturesque scene as we look downward. All the trees are filled with toilet paper. Joyous people looking down from all the buildings. It is just an unbelievable scene. It's something that can only be felt by someone who has actually gone through the parade and been a hero going through the Canyon of Heroes from Lindbergh on to the present.
Bill, can you hear me? Bill, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How did you get on a float?
Well, I'm a big Yankee fan.
So am I. But, you know, I'm sitting here in the studio while you're soaking up the sunshine with the Kings.
Well, you know, Rod, I was a minor league baseball player. I always dreamed of being on a championship team, riding through the Canyon of Heroes on a World Series baseball club. And this is just, I guess, God's way of letting me get a chance to do that.
You did something right somewhere along the line, and he's going to be my new best friend if we ever do this again.
Definitely
I can't think of anything greater to do if you're an athlete or if you're a hero or you get a chance to be in a parade like this. This is unbelievable.
All right. You're unbelievable. Thank you, William.
You're quite welcome.
And we were looking for that horse, Ross, and there it is.
And I finally saw it. Now I can rest easy. I mean, you don't see that every day, gentlemen.
No, you certainly don't. Especially made by Modell's Sporting Goods.
Scotty, pardon my ignorance. I've seen it in all the papers. Murderer's Row. What does that refer to as far as the 27 Yankees are concerned? I mean, did they murder everybody at the plate?
Yes, that's basically what it was. That they had so many great hitters that they called the Murderer's Row, including Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. But, you know, it's interesting. They had Hall of Famers undeniably on that team. They've had Hall of Famers on the Oakland teams of the 70s and a number of Hall of Famers from the Cincinnati Reds as well, including Morgan, Bench, and Rose, and Reggie with the A's. But this is a team that we're still waiting to see who, if anyone, will be in the Hall of Fame. This is the team that has potential, but there's nobody right now that we can clear-cut say, hey, this guy's going to the Hall of Fame. Bernie Williams is got a start. Derek Jeter has a start. I mean, Bernie, all he did was win a batting title and a Gold Glove this year, another Gold Glove. Derek Jeter has missed everything for just a couple of years. I mean, he is headed for a Hall of Fame career, but nobody yet, including the Darryl Strawberries, the Doc Goodens, and you look at David Wells, no, not yet. I mean, David Cohn, he's getting there, but I don't think that he'll have the numbers either. You don't have a lot of Hall of Fame players here, or ones that, a couple that have potential, but together as a unit. That's why this team is so quintessential team.
The sum of the parts greater than
they
the
are
whole.
the sum of the parts. No players chosen by the fans as all-stars this year. Chosen by the managers, yes. Chosen as pitchers, yes. But no players, regular positions, chosen as all-stars. They're all good players. As a unit, they are better than anybody else. Individually, no. As a unit, yes.
That's why the free agency issue concerns a lot of fans.
Yes, it does.
I love these guys.
Yansky boys. I wonder if they have agents yet.
They will after this day. Believe me. Do you know what their history curious, did they just like get together one day and say, hey?
They got together. I think they're part of the Adidas get-together with George Steinbrenner and the Yankees. That's another money deal, Roz.
Okay,
and,
okay. All right.
Yes.
In an answer to your question,
Well,
they've had agents.
You know, George went up, that was another one of his fruitful fights with Major League Baseball, because he was the first man to actually get a major product endorsement, and he put Adidas up in the stadium. He put Adidas on a few other things. He was trying to get the Adidas more on the team, and he got a good piece of change for doing that. And baseball, and he had a fight about that subject.
Yeah, I remember that.
You can see George won again.
And we see the Adidas logo all over the place.
You do see it. Oh, it's a sign of the times. And it happened in football, and now it's happening in baseball. And George trailblazes another path in the sport.
In case you just turned on your television set, you are watching live coverage here on ABC7 of the Yankees being feted by this city for the fabulous job that they have done. Parade through the Canyon of Heroes, and they are heroes all. Lots of confetti, lots of smiles, lots of excitement. Headed for City Hall, where there will be a special and a very nice ceremony. That's still to come.
There's a lot on the schedule for that ceremony, Roz. The Radio City Rockettes will be there, and let's go to John Del Giorno aboard Newscopter 7. He's got something for us right now, though. John?
All right, Rob, I think this is the last float that just pulled out of battery.
Welcoming those of you watching us on ESPN News and ESPN2. You are watching our sister station, WABC Television's coverage of the New York Yankees World Championship Parade through the Canyon of Heroes in Manhattan, downtown New York City. The Yankees winning their 24th World Series championship the other night in San Diego. Just a few minutes from now, we are expecting the parade to conclude, and there will be a presentation ceremony on the steps of City Hall. You will see all of that live here on ESPN News and on The Deuce, once again, courtesy of our sister station in New York, WABC TV.
They'll go inside, receive the key to the city from the mayor, and then come outside for the rally that's going to happen a little later. So this looks like it's it. This is the finale. But as you can see coming out the windows here, we are not yet running short on ticker tape or toilet paper. Rob, Roz?
Thank you.
Does that mean Bill heads back to the barn with the rest of them?
He might have to.
He might. Who knows?
Maybe that's the price he paid. So he didn't answer.
I don't know. By the way, we also want you to know that you can watch us online for the first time. www.7online.com.
I saw in the distance there, the Fordham Ram, I think, made this parade.
The Fordham Ram?
We want to throw this program note in for you, though. If you tuned in to watch your favorite afternoon programs, we're going to be showing those to you, so you will not miss them. As you can watch the Yankees right now live as it happens, and you can watch All My Children in Port Charles. We'll broadcast those programs at 12:40 a.m. and 1:40 a.m. That'll be later on this evening, tomorrow morning. Turn on your VCR and watch it tomorrow.
I'll be up.
We'll be in good shape.
Believe you me.
You can't live without your Port Charles.
All my children, all my children, every day, whether I need it or not.
Oh, boys.
Those are some of the best seats in the house.
They are indeed.
Look at the piles and piles.
Looks like snow.
It does.
When we were doing a round robin with our reporters, one of the fans said, Yankees rule, which is very true. But this day, their fans also are reigning supreme.
Oh, yeah, this is their chance to be a part of it. I mean, they're right there with the team, and they're even competing with each other, I think, to be fan of the year, half of these people.
Believe it or not, we're already talking about cleanup, Lara Spencer. It seems like we only just got started.
I know, and these guys are ready. How are you doing today?
All right, not bad. What a beautiful day for a parade.
A beautiful day for a little cleanup, too. As you've looked down the Canyon of Heroes, do you see you have your work cut out for you?
We have enough work until tonight here with all this paper. They estimated like 50 tons of paper that has been thrown out of the buildings.
How do you do it?
My trusty blower here, and with all our manpower
The Yanks have their bats, you guys have your blowers.
That's
You're ready
right.
for
The Yankees swept, and so are we.
I love it. The Yankees swept. Now it's their turn to do a little sweeping. Roz and Rob, back to you.
Very well said.
New Yorkers.
It'll take a lot of leaf blowers to take care of 50 tons of paper, but that's what has been thrown down from the buildings. They're the Clydesdales once again. You're watching live coverage on ABC7 of the New York Yankees parade as we pay tribute to these guys who just had such an amazing year.
Lara was with the sanitation workers. Just in case you're interested, there are 120 sanitation vehicles that will be necessary to clean up when this is over, and 650 in all sanitation workers out there ready. This is a big job. And
not a good idea, by the way, to drive down to Lower.
Here's your horse, Roz.
There he is again. Oh, hand me the camera. I like that horse. I really do.
Let's go to Michelle Charlesworth. She's been along the parade route throughout. Michelle?
We have been watching for all these players. So far, we have seen Jeter. We saw Bernie. Bernie had his sweater on. Sometimes it's hard to tell in their civilian clothes. I see Knobloch.
I'm waiting to see Brocious. I want Brocious.
He's MVP. He's going to be down there. Brocious, all excited. What do you want to see, love?
Duque.
He's already come by. It's hard to tell what they look like with their normal clothes on. How about you? Who did you want to see?
Tino.
Yeah? I haven't seen him yet. Yeah, he came. He must have been on the other side. Did I miss him? All right. Whoa. These guys are fans, and I can barely hear anything, so I'm going to send it back to you.
You have your own fan club there, Michelle. And look at this. At the same time, we're showing you the picture here. Look at this, Roz. As soon as the parade ends, these guys are right behind them with the blowers and the brooms. And
do you know that they say they will have this cleaned up? You know, here we are, we're still moving towards City Hall. They'll have it cleaned up in 5 hours.
5 hours. 50 tons of paper they're estimating. I think there's more than that, though, because they've been throwing paper since before it started.
I'm willing to give them an extra hour or 2.
I would. Certainly so.
My.
They're making their way up to City Hall.
We'll take a break during our live coverage of the Yankees World Championship Parade. You're watching ESPN News coverage. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Also, as we continue with our coverage live.
Welcome back to those of you watching on ESPN News and The Deuce. We take you live to New York for coverage of the Yankees World Championship Celebration Parade, courtesy of our sister station in New York, WABC TV.
That's catching up draft in the canyon. Lives all day long.
It seemed like there was more wind in '96. A lot of the confetti seemed to be going up.
And to be on the street, that's the way to go.
Next year, I want a mini cam and those stilts.
Okay.
And I will give you some reports, the likes of which you've never seen.
I hope the boss didn't hear that, or you'll be there. This is toward the end of the parade that you're seeing right there. There were 5 different floats with the Yankee teams split up into different divisions of the club that are out in front of the floats that you're looking at right now. I'm told they've just arrived at City Hall, at least the beginning of the parade. Let's go to Mark and David. Mark.
In the distance, we've been able to see, Rob, some of the parade floats getting here. Just about all of them, I think, have gotten here so far. You can always tell by the screams we hear far off. And if you can judge any difference over the parade 2 years ago, the confetti did not engulf City Hall Park 2 years ago. It has this year. It's almost like the parade came right through.
Yeah, we've been hitting the head, and actually, at one point when we looked to the side, it did look like snow was coming down there over Broadway. Also want to point out they have a Jumbotron here, and for periodically they'll flip from station to station, and when you guys were on Channel 7, the crowd was hanging on your every word. Every word. You had them. You had them. And I want you to know that.
David Usher, love you.
So we think they're gathering. We think some of the people who are on the earlier floats, some of the players, are gathering in City Hall for a little while. They've already had a pre-program, and we're told right now the presentation of the key ceremony will start at 1. A little bit flexible on that, but people are gathered here, and they're kind of moving over to the side to see the other floats go by.
Yeah, people are starting to take their seats. Our masters of ceremony, John Sterling and Michael Kay from WABC Radio, the play-by-play voices of the Yankees, they've already taken their spots out here. Eddie Layton has taken his spot over there, yeah. So I don't think we're too far away.
And we've got our spot right here.
Good. Best spots in the house.
Exactly. You guys will keep us on track through that big celebration that's going to go on at City Hall, and they're going to introduce the entire team and give them the key to the city. Thank you both.
But there's
Mark Stevens, David Ushery.
You know, Eddie Layton is an interesting story. He used to work for CBS, and when they bought the Yankees, he became the organist. He lives on a boat on the Hudson River.
Yes, he does.
Up in Tarrytown.
I did a story on him.
Interesting character, Eddie Layton, and for all these years, just he's a bit of the old baseball. He's so recognizable when he comes out. You come out to Yankee Stadium and just hear that organ going, you know Eddie Layton's at the keyboards. He and Bob Shepard, the public address announcer, just part of the Yankee tradition.
Part of the whole spirit. Let's go to Joe Torres. He's up toward the end of the parade route.
Rob, how you doing? I get the impression that Charmin loves this parade. I should have bought some stock before the parade got underway. I think most of the players have gone by. We've got a couple of floats now behind us, a few of the marching bands going by. One of the marching bands I saw from Brick Township. You know where that is? Central New Jersey, Toms River. And you know what happened there earlier this year? How about that in the New York metropolitan area? Toms River wins the Little League World Series. And, of course, the New York Yankees win the Major League World Series. It's a great year for baseball here in New York. And if I can borrow a phrase from the Mets way back in '73, you gotta believe. And Scott, you might be aware of this because I read in the paper, I read in some of the background that I did checking in on the Yankees, that many of them are quite spiritual. They would start their day in a word of prayer. And what was the great thing, if there were some other guys on the team that actually didn't want to take part, there was no offense, nothing taken, but that's the way the guys got their day. Many of them started. And of course, you could almost say that the World Series championship is, in a way, an answer to prayer. A pretty good one, I would say. Back to you in the studio.
You're exactly right, Joe. Darryl Strawberry is one of those people. Darryl Strawberry, Mike Stanton, just a couple, just to name a few of the many who are on this Yankee team who do start their day in a very spiritual sense, and they continue, and it didn't hurt.
Not at all.
Not a bit. And certainly with the skipper having Sister Marguerite always there alongside, and she was out in San Diego through all the final games of the World Series.
We're going to take a short break, but do not touch that dial because we are going to be right back with more excitement.
Amazing. We'll be right back.
For you.
I'd like to put a big ditto to what Roz Abrams said. Do not touch your dial. We're back with more of WABC's coverage of the Yankees World Championship Parade here on ESPN News and The Deuce. We hope you'll stay with us.
Property.
You are watching ESPN News, continuing coverage of the Yankees World Championship Parade up the Canyon of Heroes in Manhattan. On ESPN News and The Deuce, we take you back courtesy of our sister station, WABC-TV.
Everybody involved make their way up Broadway in the Canyon of Heroes amid 50 tons of paper being dropped. Let's go straight to Sandra Bookman. She's alongside the parade route.
Hey, I would dare say a good time was had by all. Already the crowd has started to disperse. We are at Broadway and Liberty. They just handed this out as the end of the parade went by. No question, we are definitely the champs. This is one of these days that, say you're 10 years old, 30 years from now, you are going to remember it. No question, you're going to tell your kids, your grandkids about it. And I got to say, there were several parents in the crowd here. I got to give a blue ribbon to them. When we got here around 10 o'clock, they had their kids up on their shoulders. I'm not talking 2, 3-year-olds. I'm talking 10, 11, 12. They kept them there until a few minutes ago and dropped them off. I think they're going to remember the day they rode Dad's shoulders and saw the World Championship Yankees ride down Broadway, or as they call it, the Canyon of Heroes. We've had a great time. I'm sure everybody else did. Rob, back to you.
Sandra, John Del Giorno has a few memories of his own. John?
Well, Roz, one of the memories here that we're looking at would be the cleanup of this whole operation. We're looking down the bottom half of Broadway where this is cleared out and everyone is beginning to file home, where the street is literally covered from sidewalk to sidewalk in ticker tape. You can see now coming into the pictures, this ticker tape was actually blown upwards by the wind, and a lot of it now resting on the rooftops of local office buildings. The wind has blown this sideways. We can take a look at the side streets here, also completely covered. And you mentioned before, Rob, that it wasn't quite as windy. It is windy up here. We've had ticker tape come up as high as we are, up over the World Trade Center. It has actually blown out into the East River and landed on the Brooklyn side of the Brooklyn Bridge. So a celebration for the city that is actually taking part in most of the city as this ticker tape blows off to the east. It's pretty amazing up here.
Everybody's got a piece of that.
Everybody does.
All right, thank you. John Del Giorno with a bird's eye view from Newscopter 7 for us. We're going to take a very quick break. It's not over. It ain't over till it's over, is it, Roz?
Right, honey.
No, we're headed to City Hall for a big celebration. You're watching Eyewitness News, ABC 7 coverage. Stay with us.
Once again, we thank WABC-TV providing live pictures of the celebration parade in New York City. You're watching ESPN News and ESPN2. We will come back with the championship celebration in just a moment. We're back and you're watching ESPN News, continuing coverage of the Yankees World Championship celebration parade down the Canyon of Heroes in New York City. And we take a look and see the New York Yankees with this World Series championship now equal the Montreal Canadiens as the most decorated team in any of the four major sports. The Canadiens also having won 24 championships. They did win one Stanley Cup before the formation of the National Hockey League. In basketball, the Celtics are the all-time winningest team, having won 16 championships. The Lakers would be next with 11. In football, the Packers have won 14 titles, 11 of those in the old NFL, 3 of them since the merger in Super Bowl championships. The Toronto Maple Leafs would be next on this list with 13 championships, though as you see, it has been 31 years since last they won one. Again, you're watching coverage of the Yankees World Championship celebration parade on ESPN News and The Deuce. Most of our live pictures today, or all of them I should say, are coming courtesy of our sister station WABC TV in New York City. We'll be taking you back out there just a few moments from now. We are expecting the celebration to move up to City Hall, where the mayor will make a presentation. The Yankees will come up. They'll be introduced one at a time. Each of them will come up on stage. I'm sure several of them, including manager Joe Torre, will have a few words to say to the huge crowd gathered outside of City Hall, and they will receive a key to the city. The Yankees winning their 24th World Series championship, sweeping the San Diego Padres. It was the first time the Yankees have swept a World Series since back in 1950, their second World Championship in the last 3 years. We'll take a short time out here on the program. Once again, we'll come back with our continuing coverage of the Yankees World Championship celebration on ESPN News and The Deuce right after this. Welcome back to the newsroom. This is ESPN News. I'm Mike Greenberg. We'll be taking you back to New York shortly for the victory celebration in New York as they celebrate the Yankees' 24th World Championship. Again, we go back to that courtesy of our sister station WABC TV in New York in just a few moments. First, we bring you other news from the world of sports. And facing the Patriots was nothing short of a nightmare for Dan Marino a year ago. In 3 losses, including one in the playoffs, the Pats picked Marino off 6 times, returning 3 for scores, and sacked him 10 times. This led Jimmy Johnson to change his audible system, believing the Patriots were stealing Marino's calls. Hank Goldberg has the story of this showdown for the AFC East lead.
This Sunday's matchup presents an offensive catch-22 for the Dolphins. In their 4 wins, the running game has been paramount. They've rushed for over 100 yards in all 4 contests. But now they face a Patriot defense that's second in the AFC against the run. The same defense that held the Finns to 2 yards per carry in 3 games last year.
We're not going to just all of a sudden go away from the run. We had the highest percentage of anybody in the league last year as far as quickly going away from the run and starting to throw the ball in the second half when you're behind. You know, our percentage of throwing the football once we got behind was, close to 70%, and that's too high.
The defenses now have to play us straight up. In other words, they have to play us for a run or pass. In the past, a lot of times, we'd be back there with 4 wides and in gun, and, 99% of the time you're going to pass it.
The Patriots sacked Dan Marino 10 times last year, but they'll see a different look from the Dolphins' offense this time. They've done away with their 4 receiver sets and now employ 2 tight ends to protect the quarterback much of the time.
That's what was happening there with the 4 wides. He might complete the pass, and it might be a big play, or it might be an interception, but every play he was getting hit. And we wanted to eliminate that.
The Dolphins are in good shape health-wise, while up in New England, Willie McGinnis worked out lightly yesterday. He has a groin injury, the same type that he had last year, and when he pushed to try to come back too soon, he wound up missing half the season. He's not going to make the same mistake this year, and in fact, it's unlikely that he will play on Sunday. It's probably going to be up to him. I'm Hank Goldberg at the Dolphins camp in Miami.
From the worldwide leader in sports, this is ESPN News.
Yes, it is. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. This is the newsroom. I'm Mike Greenberg. Coming up, the hot stove heats up. Previews of pro and college football, and of course more from the Yankees World Championship celebration parade. But we begin with other news from the world of baseball. After being turned down in one form or another by Felipe Alou and Tom Kelly, the Dodgers have finally found just the 5th manager in their 40 years in Los Angeles, hiring Davey Johnson to replace Glenn Hoffman, who will be offered a role on the team coaching staff. The 55-year-old Johnson will be introduced later today after agreeing to a multi-year contract. The Dodgers were 83-79, third place in the National League West last season. Johnson has managed the Mets, Reds, and Orioles, guiding each team to at least one division championship during his tenure. After a year filled with not answering the same question over and over again, Mo Vaughn will now get the chance to let his actions speak for him. He is as big a fish as there is in this year's free agent ocean, and he is now officially available to the highest bidder after he refuses Boston's club option for next season. Vaughn spent this season putting up MVP-type numbers, hitting .337 with 40 home runs and 115 RBIs. There's a lot of great talent and a whole lot of money out there as we take a look and see 8 of the potential 154 players filed for free agency yesterday. Among the notables, Jose Canseco hit a career-high 46 home runs for the Blue Jays. The Red Sox lefty Butch Henry spent just about the whole season on the 60-day DL. Brian Jordan enjoyed hitting behind Mark McGwire most of the year, career best in average and home runs. Todd Stottlemyre, a collective 14-13 for St. Louis and Texas. And Mike Timlin led the Mariners bullpen with 19 saves to go with a 2.95 ERA. The Yankees' greatness in 1998 can and should be measured by a lot more than just the numbers. But if it's numbers you want, how about this one? Their winning percentage, playoffs included, was .714. Not only historically high, but also historically significant to Yankee fans who remember how many home runs Babe Ruth hit. Another number significant to the Yankees, the total number of runs scored in the World Series. That's 39, the same number they had stitched into their caps. To the winners go the spoils. In New York, the spoils include a trip down the Canyon of Heroes where everybody loves a parade. Some shots we had earlier live here on ESPN News of the Yankee players soaking in the atmosphere at the Canyon of Heroes. That, of course, Mariano Rivera, the Panamanian closer, brilliant throughout this postseason, did not allow an earned run in the playoffs, nailing down 3 of the Yankees' 4 World Series wins. Certainly a candidate for MVP. That's Graham Lloyd in the overcoat you see there in the front, the lefty out of the bullpen. This is the float that had the Yankee bullpen upon it. There were 6 different floats carrying Yankee players. That's Jeff Nelson, big right-hander, also pitched well for them throughout most of this season. Has some injury problems, went at it a bit with George Steinbrenner during the year, but still a valuable member of a very deep, very solid, very good pitching staff. Our coverage of the Yankee celebration will continue in a few minutes here on ESPN News. We hope you'll stay with us for that. Meanwhile, safe to say no one enjoyed today's festivities more than Orlando Hernandez. For El Duque, it was more than a homecoming, it was a reunion. The pitcher and Cuban refugee was reunited with his family, whom he hadn't seen in nearly a year. Hernandez's mother, 2 daughters, and ex-wife arrived in George Steinbrenner's private jet, and the family was together early today. The 4 of them were granted permission by Cuba for a brief visit to the United States. Much of this was set up by John Cardinal O'Connor in New York, who spoke personally with Fidel Castro. The permission was given. George Steinbrenner was notified during Game 4 of the World Series, sent the private jet to bring the family, and so El Duque reunited with his family for, again, what is expected to be only a short visit, but certainly a wonderful day for him. We're back on ESPN News and The Deuce, and courtesy of our friends at WABC TV in New York, we're taking you back live to Manhattan, where the celebration is underway for the New York Yankees. Those are John Sterling and Michael Kay, the radio voices of the Yankees.
In this world, the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani.
I would also like to introduce some of the elected officials that are gathered here on stage. First, the governor of the great state of New York, George Pataki.
The senator of New York, Alphonse D'Amato.
The Assembly Speaker, Sheldon Silver.
The City Council Speaker, Peter Vallone.
Councilman Tom Ognebeni.
The City Controller, Alan Hevesy.
The Public Advocate, Mark Green.
The State Controller, Carl McCall.
And here's a man who's going to send out a lot of truancy notices today, I have a feeling. The school chancellor, Rudy Crew.
And if you would, share your applause with the deputy mayors who are here in attendance today.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to join. You know the words. You also know the man that will play the song. Mr. Eddie Layton with New York, New York.
Now, let's meet the New York Yankees. First of all, Joe Torre's coaching staff, a former big league outfielder, Jose Cardinal.
You all remember this man from one home run in 1976. Now he's teaching the Yankee hitters how to do just that. Their hitting coach, Chris Chambliss.
Former 20-game winner, now the bullpen coach, Tony Cloninger.
One of the most popular Yankees and the guy who waves home all those runs. Ladies and gentlemen, Willie Randolph.
Here is the pitching coach, a former 20-game winner and great star for the Yankees, Mel Stottlemyre.
And the man who sits next to Joe Torre, probably more than Ali Torre, Don Zimmer.
Now the field staff, and we'll try to move it along, but please give them some applause. They worked so hard all year long. Here's Mike Borzello.
Let's have a nice warm welcome for Dale Swain.
Fran Barazzoli.
And Charlie Wansowitz.
This fellow's been the head trainer of the Yankees for, I guess, more than 20 years. Gene Monahan.
And his capable assistant, Steve Donahue.
The strength and conditioning coach, Jeff Mangold.
And Rohan Baichu.
The equipment managers, Rob Kakuza.
And his brother, Lou Kakuza. Lou.
The director of media relations, Rick Cerrone.
And also, do you know this man from 1996? We are thrilled, though, that he's not in a hospital today. He's here to celebrate with us, Frank Torre.
Here's the traveling secretary who gets us around the country on time, Mr. David Zinn.
You know, we hear Hideki Irabu's words. Here's a guy who tells us what it means. George Rose, the Yankee interpreter.
And now, here are the players. The players who have put together the greatest season that any baseball team has had this century. First of all, one of the greatest players in the game today, hitting, fielding, base running, leadership, destined to be a Hall of Famer someday, Derek Jeter.
As long as there are Yankee fans, they will remember one swing from this gentleman. A 3-run home run in Game 1 kind of broke the backs of the San Diego Padres. Derek Jeter's shortstop, second base combination, the second baseman of the Yankees, Chuck Knobloch.
One of the Yankees' top right-hand pitchers from the land of Japan, Hideki Arabu.
I have 3 short little letters for you. MVP, Scott Brocious.
Here's a VVP, a very valuable player off the bench all year long at any spot, Louis Soho.
Here's a gentleman that was behind the plate for David Wells' perfect game, behind the plate for the first 2 Yankee wins in the World Series, and he's coming into his own as a player, a fine catcher, a power hitter, a switch hitter, Jorge Posada.
One of the great left-hand hitters in the game today. Since becoming a Yankee, he has hit over 300 6 years in a row. The right fielder, Paul O'Neill.
Maybe this event needs a little bit of a spark plug. A guy's going to come in and make it happen. We have that for you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Homer Bush.
You know, Mike alluded a moment ago to Chuck Knobloch's 3-run home run, 7th inning, first game. Well, then the Yankees loaded the bases, and this fella hit a grand slam to win the game, Tino Martinez.
He was behind the plate for games 3 and 4, one of the best defensive catchers in baseball, a great team leader, a fine gentleman, Joe Girardi.
This next player's life story is the kind of story that Hollywood films, and believe me, they're going to it. He came over in a raft, escaping Cuba, saved the Yankees against Cleveland, won in the World Series, and yesterday was able to get his daughters out of Cuba. He's had the greatest year you can have. El Duque, Orlando Hernandez.
Here's the Yankee from down under, Graham Lloyd.
Another player that formed the best bench in baseball, always contributes every time he plays, outfielder Chad Curtis.
One of the best left-handed relievers in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Stanton.
A 19-year Major League veteran who has won 2 championships with the Yanks. Switch hitter, outfielder, The Rock, Tim Raines.
What a season this young man has had. 3-0 in the postseason, a perfect game, and he has grown into one of the most offendable pitchers in baseball. He's going to get his second key to the city, and boy, is that going to be dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Perfect, David Wells.
He's been one of the game's great pitchers for over a decade. A great competitor and a quintessential Manhattanite, even though he's from Kansas City. Here is David Cone.
Just picture, you haven't played much all year. You spent most of the season in Columbus, and you're in the starting lineup for the first game of the World Series. So your first time up, you're probably pretty nervous. Facing Kevin Brown, one of the best pitchers in baseball. So what does this guy do? Bases loaded double. Ricky Leday.
Here's a right-hand reliever the Yankees signed from Colorado in the offseason. Hurt most of the year, he finally got healthy and pitched just great in September, helping the Yankees break the record of most wins in a year. He'll be even better next year. Out of the bullpen, Darren Holmes.
In 1996, the picture that was emblazoned in New York fans' mind was John Wetland with his hand thrust up in the air, saying number 1. Well, there's a new picture now. This man dropped down to his knees after saving Game 4 against the Padres. The Yankee closer, he saved 3 games in the series, Mariano Rivera.
This right-hand reliever has been with the Yankees 3 years, and they've won 2 championships, and he's been a big part of it. In that last game, he struck out the dangerous Greg Vaughn, doing what he does best, getting right-hand hitters out. Here is Jeff Nelson.
Signed as a free agent during last winter, hurt for most of the season, came back, got 100 at-bats in the regular season toward the end, but what a contributor in the postseason. The Yankee designated hitter, Charles Chili Davis.
Since this left-hander has been a Yankee, he's done nothing but win. Remember the 5th game against the Braves in Atlanta, 1-0. Well, how about a couple of days ago? The 4th and final game of the championship against San Diego, and another shutout. Here's Andy Pettitte.
Talk about taking New York by storm. He got back to his hometown city where he saw his first World Series game sitting in the upper deck. Well, when he finally started, he got a very big double in Game 3. You know him, 10 home runs in September, an amazing 3 grand slams. A new favorite, Shane Spencer.
One of the truly great all-around players in baseball. Like DiMaggio and Mantle before him, he patrols center field with grace and elegance. Hits from both sides of the plate. Here he is, Bernie Williams.
And finally, he came in relief of David Cone in Game 3, and he pitched absolutely beautifully. Pitched well in the ALCS as well. Let's have a nice warm welcome for Ramiro Mendoza.
One name that we've omitted, you know that his name and his number has been with all the Yankees as they've gone through the playoffs to win the World Championship. He was at the parade, but he's gone home because he's still gathering his strength. But he'll be back better than ever next year. Number 39, Darryl Strawberry.
Ladies and gentlemen, the quintessential New Yorker. He grew up in Brooklyn, and when he finally got the Yankee managerial job, he decided to win a lot of World Series. 2 in 3 years. The manager of the greatest team in baseball history, Joe Torre.
He just tried to slip in without getting noticed, but we're not going to allow that. He's owned the Yankees for 25 years. He has perpetuated the brilliance of the Yankees. The owner, George Steinbrenner.
And now everybody, I know there's a lot of you out there, put your hands together for a final salute to the 1998 World Champion New York Yankees.
This next star has been that for over 40 years in the music world, and he just wowed him at the World Series in Game 1. Another quintessential New Yorker from Queens. To begin the program, here is the one and only Tony Bennett.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesties, above thy fruited plain, America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And now we introduce, to sing our national anthem, Mr. Max von Essen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the mayor of New York, Mr. Rudy Giuliani.
Welcome. Welcome. This is a beautiful day, and for as long as baseball is played, The 1998 New York Yankees will set the standard. Every team from now on that has a good season is going to be compared to this team, the 1998 Yankees. And I predict when the history of baseball is finally written, this will be the greatest team in the history of baseball. But they've won more than games, more than the 114 games in the regular season, more than the 125 games overall. What they have done is not show us just how to play baseball. They've showed us character. They've showed us dedication. They've showed us friendship. They've showed us commitment. And for that, we really are grateful to them, because they are as good men as they are baseball players. And boy, that's rare. I'd like to take just one moment to add my congratulations for the city of New York to an exceptional Yankee, to someone who has played in this city for the Mets and for the Yankees and has shown us over and over again what a great baseball player he is. But in the comeback that he made as a baseball player, and that in the comeback that he's now making in life, Darryl Strawberry has gained the respect and the love of all New Yorkers. Darryl, absolutely. We salute all of the Yankees. This team won as a team. It is impossible to single out any one ball player because each and every one of them has contributed to the 125 victories. Virtually each and every one of them can point back to at least a game or two or three in which they were the hero of the game. And the exciting thing about this team is it teaches everyone, from the littlest little league to the most important major league player, that playing for the team is more important than playing as an individual. And that's a lesson that can get you through life, not just through baseball. I want to, for the city of New York, for the great, great accomplishment that they've brought to us and the high standard, thank the Yankee organization. Thank the principal owner, George Steinbrenner, for giving us yet another championship. Thank you, George. To thank the man who now has to be considered one of the great Yankee managers, which means you're one of the great managers in baseball, a boy from Brooklyn, which is the best thing you can say about anybody, a great player, a great man, Joe Torre. Thank you for all New Yorkers. When other teams try to figure out how to put together their organization, they're going to study the way the Yankees were put together. And beyond George Steinbrenner, we have to thank Hal Steinbrenner and Steve Swindell, who are the general partners in the Yankees, Brian Cashman and Lon Trost. Brian Cashman, his first year as general manager. What a great team he has put together. And we're going to thank every single player. I really can't single out one, because Scott Brocious was the MVP in the World Series, but they all were MVPs. This is a team that really shows all of us how to play together. I am so proud of them, and I know I speak for every New Yorker that in the history of this city, you are going to go down as our greatest sports team, not only for the kind of players you are, but most importantly, for the good example you give to our children. For that, I really thank you, and God bless you. This is a great day, isn't it? I kept thinking when Tony Bennett was singing America the Beautiful that this has to be a beautiful day for Orlando El Duque Hernandez. And it makes you want to bring tears to your eyes because you understand the value of freedom. It is my honor to introduce the great governor of the state of New York, George Pataki.
Thank you, Rudy. And what a great day, isn't it? How about the parade? Did you enjoy the parade? I'll tell you, I was here 2 years ago, and it was a great parade. Today was even better. There were more people and more enthusiasm, and I think that speaks volumes about this team. You know, and a lot of the historians are saying, well, maybe this is one of the greatest teams of all time. Well, let me make 2 points. Rudy, Mayor, this is the greatest city in America. There's no question about that. And thank you for what you've done there. And this is the best baseball team ever to take the field in the history of Major League Baseball. And congratulations to all of you. You know, this has been a great year for baseball. Earlier in the year, people were captivated by Sammy Sosa up against Mark McGwire, and they both carried that out with such tremendous dignity that we salute them. But then at the end of the year, there was this astounding team, showing that a group of individuals could play together as no team has played together before. People coming out of nowhere like Shane Spencer and Ricky Leday, David Wells being perfect, David Cohn coming back. What a great team, 125 wins. It's never been done before. The only team that will ever do it again will be the Yankees next year or the year after that. You know, you're all Yankee fans, right? All right, we're giving you the opportunity in the first time of the history of this state where you can go out every day and show that you are proud of our World Championship team. They didn't just win the World Series, they swept the World Series. And in honor of that, we are putting out an official New York State license plate you can get, and this is what it's going to look like. It was a sweep. It was a sweep. And let me say that I want to present the first official Yankee championship license plates. I know the first person isn't here, but he's watching this back home, and he was here for the parade. And we all know that this is accurate. This is how we feel about him. And Darryl Strawberry is our 39. This is his plate. And you know, what a great team, but in the World Series, one guy came through in a way that I don't know that he expected. And I want to give him his official New York State license plate. Get up here, Scott Brocious. Here it is. Scott. MVP, no question about it, but they are the champs. They are a great team because not only has George Steinbrenner and Brian Cashman put together an outstanding team, but they have a leader that we are all proud of, who was here 2 years ago when he led them there the first time. He is our champ. They are the champs. Joe Torre's license plate, here it is. He deserves it. To all of you, the greatest team ever, a wonderful day. Let's come back and do it again next year. Congratulations, Yankees.
Thank you, Governor. And the governor told me that if you have those license plates, we cannot give you tickets. No parking tickets with those license. And now it's my great honor to present to the principal owner of the New York Yankees an official proclamation making today in New York City, and I'm sure for the rest of the year, New York Yankee Day. We all know that this team has a great leader. The character of this team comes from the leadership of the team. Not only its character as a baseball team, but its character as men of commitment and dedication and hard work. So here is our hero, our most valuable manager, Joe Torre. Hey, after 96, I didn't think it could get any better. But this is dynamite. You fans are the greatest in the world, believe me. First off, I want to thank George Steinbrenner for trusting me with his ball club, a very proud tradition over the years, the New York Yankees. And I really thank the day that Arthur Richmond stuck my name under his nose and said, George, this is the guy you want to have manage this ball club. It's wonderful. I want to thank my coaches. Let me tell you, I was having breakfast yesterday morning in San Diego before getting on the charter, and John Sherholtz, the general manager of the Atlanta Braves, came up to me and complimented my coaches on how well they have worked with the players, and I want to do that right now. Tony Cloninger, Jose Cardinal, Willie Randolph, Mel Stottlemyre, Don Zimmer, Chris Chambliss. Get up there. They are the best, and when you see me sitting between Mel and Zim, we do talk baseball every once in a while. Over the years, the New York Yankees have meant so much. I mean, I grew up in Brooklyn, never being a Yankee fan, but always respected what they had done. But the people who set the standards for us, Babe and Iron Horse, Joe D., Mickey, Elston, Yogi, Whitey, Reggie, and Thurman, our ball club here in 1998 lived up to those standards, and I'm very proud to tell you that. And when you look, and I know all the accent is going to go on the sweep and on the World Series. There was so much that went on getting us to the World Series. Even players that never appeared in a World Series game played such a big part in getting us there. But what's interesting about the series, normally, especially in a 4-game series, there's going to be a reference saying the home run, and you think of one player. We can say the home run, and you have your choice. You want Nabi, you want Tino, you want Brocious. You can have any one of them. And I tell you, I was very tense during the postseason, especially the two early series. And the players got me through it, believe me. In fact, I went in there before Game 4, and when I heard the loud music from my office, I said, wait a minute. I said, Boomer's not pitching today, because that's the only time I allow that. I don't want to talk badly about that kind of music. My wife likes it, but it's a little loud for me. So I went in there, and I was going to turn it down, and Boomer says, everybody likes it. We did it yesterday, and I turned and looked at Nellie. Nellie shook his head like this. I don't think they can hear anymore, but he shook his head like that. And I realized as I turned the volume back up that I have completely lost control of this game and this team to the Boomer, and I never thought that would happen. I want to thank all the families, and especially the wives and ladies of my players, because what they had to endure this whole year, you had to appreciate it by being around these players day in and day out to see how focused and how razor sharp they stayed, and that's no fun for the family life. I can tell you that right now. I know they say you don't take it home with you, but it's really tough just to leave it at the ballpark. And one other thing, you know they're going to question on where this ball club belongs in the history of baseball. I can only say one thing. In my opinion, 125 and 50. These guys are the best guys that have ever played the game. Thank you.
Well, we're not allowed to stay here for everyone to talk, but there are a few Yankees who are. The first one who's going to address you is a fellow whose career took a turn up this year, coming from Oakland to the Yankees, hitting 300, hitting 19 homers, driving in 98 runs, and making every play at third to become the series MVP. Here's Scott Brocious.
Hey, are we having fun yet or what? First of all, I just want to thank the city for this. This might come in handy. I'm double parked right around the corner, so. But I just want to say what a privilege it's been to be a part of this team this year. I just want to thank George, Brian, all the coaches, everybody who had the nerve to bring me over here after last year. And it's truly been a special year. I believe there's no greater place to play, and there's no greater fans to bring this championship home to. So thank you guys very much.
Our next speaker has become very, very chatty of late. Do you know that he started to do our radio pregame show after the Yankees were down 2-1 to the Indians? And the Yankees won. And they won again, and again, and again. They won 7 games in a row, and he refused to let go of the microphone. Well, Mr. O'Neill, you have it again. Here's Paul O'Neill.
This is just what I want, is a microphone. I don't know what to say. What else is new? Times I usually go to Zim when I have anything to say, and he's seen enough. So again, what a privilege to be part of this team, be part of this city. I tell you one thing, it's going to be a long winter when we get away from baseball. Are there any bleacher creatures out there? You could do me one favor before we go, because we won't hear it so long. Don't make me look like a fool. Now, if I'm going to sing, you're going to sing with me. First place, Yankees. Yeah, first place, Yankees. First place, Yankees. See you later.
Tony Bennett and Max von Essen are not worried at the present time. Well, here's the final speaker. He's undergone 2 separate arm operations and shoulder operations, aneurysm operation, to come back and win 20 games. He's such a perfect New Yorker because you never met a greater competitor. David Cohn.
I got to tell you, I didn't think New Yorkers could top 96. That was an incredible run, but you did it today. Thank you. Thank every one of you. Thanks for our day in the sun. You made us feel very, very special today. We worked hard all year. We came to play every day. I think everybody got their money's worth when you came to Yankee Stadium this year. To do this in New York, believe me, twice in the last 3 years, is some of the most incredible feelings, some of the most incredible memories. There's no better place to do it. There's no better place to share it. These guys behind me, I mean, it's more than just a baseball team. I think you saw how much we care about each other. I think you saw what happened when Darryl had his problems and how we pulled together. I think you saw what happened with Frank Torrey 2 years ago. I think you saw what happened with Andy Pettit's father recently. Incredible stories on the side, incredible baseball team. We really pulled together. And you guys, you fans, believe me, you helped us through it all. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you very much.
I'll tell you what. We ain't pleased. Why do we have Mr. Perfect get up and speak? David Wells.
All right. Thank you. Oh boy. I just want to thank, personally for myself, I want to thank Mr. Steinbrenner for putting me in this situation, bringing me over here to New York, a place that I grew up to love, even though I'd never been here, until my career started, and then it took off here in last year. And for him putting up with me, to be honest with you, because I think I've made his life a living hell for a while. But most of all, I just want to thank the fans, because they are unbelievable. And to be with a team that we've put out there all year long, day in and day out, and I know Joe gave a lot of credit to the coaches, but they do deserve a lot of credit, because, you know, without their out there every day throwing BP, with Mel helping us pitchers out when we're in a little bind, to me that's special, and you don't get that kind of treatment from anybody. So thank you. And for guys like Coney and I, ailing at time to time, you know, the trainers are very special, and they never get recognized as much as everybody else does. So, Gino, Steve, thank you. And to the great city of New York, I just got one last word. That's word up, dog.
Bernie, they're calling your name.
Thank you. Gotta tell you, you guys are the greatest. Thank you very much. I just want to have an opportunity to thank the Lord, because He has given me the opportunity to be here. I want to thank my teammates. I want to thank my wife, my family. There's been a lot of things happening this year for me personally, and for the team has been a great ride. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I got great memories here. This is all I know. I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I think I got a chance to stay. But you got to talk to this guy right here. Thank you.
Mayor Giuliani came up with a splendid idea. New York City has a great Latin population. Let's speak to them through El Duque.
I no speak English. Yo no hablo español. No hablo inglés, solo hablo español. Los que sepan español, que le traduzcan a los que no lo pueden escuchar en español. Solo quiero decirle, mi hermano el año pasado dijo, I love you Miami, y este año yo digo, yo amo Nueva York.
Hernandez there saying that his brother Levon loves Miami and that he loves New York, and saying that he does not speak English.
So I'm going to try to do my best too. So anyway, El Duque, he wanted to tell all you beautiful fans here in New York that he's so happy that he played for a great city like New York City. And then he said he's very proud to be playing today for the world champion New York Yankees. So, El Duque said, no más. Thank you very much.
Here's a guy who speaks both English and Spanish, Tino Martinez.
Thank you. I don't say much anyway in either language, so I like to just try to go out there and do my job. But since I have the opportunity on this great day, obviously myself, I'd like to thank George Steinbrenner also for bringing me aboard 3 years ago when I was with Seattle and taking a chance on me and giving me the chance to be a world champ 2 out of 3 years. So to me, New York is the greatest place in the world to play. You fans are the greatest. And one more thing, I gotta say one more thing. You know, it's been an up and down year for a lot of us. It's been a lot of fun. We won the world championship. But I just want to recognize all my teammates for doing a great job. And I also want to recognize Chuck Knobloch for battling all year and being a world champ that he is. Thank you.
Right here, there's a trophy that has to be presented. Here is the first-year general manager of the Yanks, who is going to take his place in years to come as one of the best GMs in baseball, Brian Cashman.
Thank you. I'd like to get a response back on this. I want to ask all you Yankee fans out there, if George Steinbrenner came to you and said, I want you to be general manager when you have players like this behind you, what would you say to him? Well, that's exactly what I did, and I'd like to thank him for granting me the opportunity. I'd also like to thank a few people that obviously have their fingerprints all over this ball club. Gene Michael deserves a lot of recognition, a lot of hard work, a Yankee forever. My assistant general manager, Kim Ang, and our Major League Administrator, Tom May. And I'd also like to thank some people who need to be recognized in Tampa, Florida, who could have been here today. I asked them, are you coming up? Those guys are Mark Newman, Gordon Blakely, Lynn Garrett, and Billy Connors. They're part of our crack baseball committee that help us out a great deal, and they're the reason we're here. Their response was, we have too much work to try to get back here in 1999. And that's why we're here, and that's why we're going to remain here, because of people like that. Thank you very much.
Brian, why don't you stand right here, and for the first time for the citizens of New York City, show them the 1998 World Championship Trophy. And now, it's been 2 in 3 years. We're going to bring out the 1996 World Championship Trophy. Now, we'd like to bring up 2 people that played a big role in putting this all together, so they could stand near each of these trophies, Steve Swindle and Hal Steinbrenner. Gentlemen, come up and take your rightful place. And do you know that this is an organization that if we were going to bring out every trophy, there'd be 24 of them and this whole stage would be filled. New York, your Yankees.
I would like to thank Steve and Hal and the entire Yankee organization. For the last 2 years, we've had this trophy on display at City Hall. And we've had, I believe, over 30,000 people come and see it. And now, we'll put this one next to it. It really is a remarkable gift of tremendous spirit and civic pride to the city of New York. And we get that gift from this tremendous Yankee organization from bottom to top, all over. Thank you very much, Steve, Hal, and the entire organization. One final. George Steinbrenner suggested something a few moments ago that we should do. Please, shh. We know that Joe DiMaggio is ill, and he's recovering. And 2 years ago, when we presented the trophy, Joe DiMaggio was with us. So I'd like us all to take a few moments and pray for Joe's recovery, quick and swift, and pray that next year, Joe Torre, when you come back with another championship, Joe DiMaggio will be with us again. Thank you very much.
Well, now, Mr. Mayor, if you'd step up here again, it's time to present the keys to the city. And we'll try to go through the list quickly. We begin with the players, and first of all, Derek Jeter.
Say a few words. Derek, everybody here, no, don't argue. Everybody here wants you to speak. Speak.
I don't think there's a person in the world that has been more spoiled than I've been.
We're probably figuring out, we've just lost our transmission from New York City. That was Derek Jeter, one of the victorious New York Yankees during the celebration ceremonies there at City Hall. You've been watching those live here on ESPN News and on The Deuce, courtesy of our sister station, WABC-TV in New York. The Yankees wrapping up their World Series sweep the other night in San Diego. We'll take a short time out. We'll come back. We'll try and reconnect with New York City in just a moment. You're watching on ESPN News and ESPN2. Coverage of the Yankees celebration. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the newsroom. I'm Mike Greenberg. Those of you joining us on ESPN2, we will try and take you back to New York if our transmission, courtesy of WABC, comes back. Meanwhile, we'll keep you up to date on the rest of the news of the